monitoring and reviewing the work that is done by the officials. Chairperson, when we reflect today, you will note that there are gaps that we've noted in that area whereby senior management are not exercising those roles effectively in terms of monitoring and reviewing the information that is coming from the officials on the ground. Chairperson, after that, you have the accounting officers and accounting authorities who have the functions clearly outlined in terms of the PFMA. So their roles are legislated and they must play their roles effectively, again, to guide entities towards performance and accountability. As we reflect today, we'll also outline what are the gaps that we are seeing in the roles of the accounting officers and accounting authority in exercising that oversight that is required from them as outlined in the PFMA. One of those is around ensuring that where there are irregularities, consequence management is exercised. So that's their responsibility that is clearly outlined in the PFMA, and we are seeing that there are gaps also in that area, but we'll go into details in our presentation. The PFMA also stipulates that there must be independent assurance providers that are assisting accounting officers in terms of the internal control environment. So those are internal auditors that are there to support the accounting officer by testing the effectiveness of the internal control to ensure that internal control environment is strengthened. So where there are gaps, they must notify the accounting officer and authority timelessly so that they address those gaps before the Auditor General comes in and do their work. Because by the time that we come in and do our audits, it's at the tail end of everything that was done throughout the year. So they are there to bridge that gap and identify the control deficiencies, make recommendations to the accounting office and authority so that they close those gaps on time and prevent irregularities or prevent errors in the financial statements and performance reports. They are supported, internal audit is supported by the audit committee. Functionally, they report to the audit committee, internal audit. Also, these are independent assurance providers in that they're external to the departments and entities, and therefore they are there to provide advice and guidance, again, to the accounting officer based on the work of the internal audit. Chairperson, we then have the ministers, the executive authority that is also has their own responsibilities to play oversight over the departments or the portfolios. And therefore, where there are issues that are identified in the organization, they should also step in to provide that oversight to the accounting officer and authority, ensuring that all the work that is being done is focused on attaining performance for that entity and that there's accountability and transparency in terms of reporting by the portfolio. On my right-hand side, that's where then we have the oversight and also supporting institutions that give guidance to the portfolios as they are doing their work. That's also where we find Parliament and the committees of Parliament that are conducting the oversight as it is happening today, Chairperson. And lastly, as I wrap up on this part of the presentation of the slide, Chair, we are saying that as Auditor General South Africa, we are not outside of the ecosystem. So we are also part of it, at the center of it, because we interact with all the stakeholders in this ecosystem. And we do that by providing insights. So today we are going to share our audit insights with this committee. And we are hoping that with those insights, we'll drive influence towards ensuring that entities strengthen their internal control environment and that they perform as desired. We are also saying that when it comes to accounting officers and authorities, if they are not performing as desired and we are giving them recommendations and we are unable to get to them through influence, we will then use our enforcement mandate. So in 2019, the Public Audit Act was amended and it gave the Auditor General powers to issue what we call material irregularities. And there are different steps that we can take if the accounting officer does not then implement the right actions to deal with the material irregularity. Part of them is that we can make recommendations that are binding in the audit report. We can issue remedial actions if they are not implementing those recommendations, or we can refer a matter to a public body that is better suited to further investigate that matter. Later on, Chair, we will reflect on the material irregularities that have been issued to the Defense and also the Military Veterans Departments, and also to indicate what actions have the accounting officers done to respond to those material irregularities? And where they did not respond positively, what were the further steps that we've taken in line with our enforcement mandate? So, Chair, this is the ecosystem that we are saying has a huge role to play if we want to move all our entities towards doing good for the public, meaning that they perform adequately their functions as legislated. They are also accountable for their actions. There's transparency in terms of their reporting. They are giving the public credible reports, and that there's also institutional integrity that is enforced through consequence management, so that we all enjoy the democracy that we have in this country. Chairperson, on the next slide, we are just unpacking the portfolio of defense and military veterans. Chair, but we were asked today to only talk to the audit outcomes of the Department of Defense, military veterans, as well as Denel. So this was just an additional slide to just show the portfolio. Chairperson, just to note that with Denel, we have not yet audited the financial year 2023-24 because the financial statements were not submitted, but we'll unpack that as we go through the presentation. Chairperson, this slide then talks to the audit outcomes over the administration term that ended in 2024. So it shows that over the 5 years, there was a regression in audit outcomes for the 3 entities that we are presenting on today. So you note that in the year 2019-2020, the first year of administration, we had the Department of Military Veterans is unqualified with findings. We had the defense with a qualification, and then Denel, they got a disclaimed audit outcome. In the year that we are in 23-24, you will note that DMV also then moved to a qualified audit opinion. So in the first year, they were unqualified with findings, but for 2 years in a row now, they have been qualified with findings. And as I indicated, the Denel outcomes outstanding for the year 23-24. But for the last 3 years that we were auditing concurrently, Denel received a disclaimed audit outcome. So, Chairperson, just to reflect on the overall message for the 3 entities that we are presenting today, I want to start off with the 2 departments that I've indicated are both qualified with findings. So the main issue that we are noting that resulted in the qualified opinion is that in terms of the financial statements, there were material misstatements that could not be corrected during the audit process, which resulted in the 2 departments then being qualified, which means that in terms of the internal control environment, they were not able to pick up those errors and address them before submitting the financial statements for auditing purposes. We are also noting that for both departments, they had findings in terms of their performance reports, so meaning that the information that is now contained in their annual reports, there are some credibility issues that we've highlighted to them that were also not corrected or adjusted during the audit process, so some of the information then remains with those errors. Both departments have issues when it comes to compliance with legislation. In particular, when it comes to defense, we have noted over the years that there are always issues that relates to supply chain management, non-compliance, and also issues around asset management, which also links to the qualification in terms of the assets that we'll talk about also today, and also the qualification on irregular expenditure. So in terms of Denel, as I indicated, Chair, they have continued then with their historical trend of not submitting the financial statements on time for the audit. So for this year under review 2023-24, as I indicated, we have not yet received the financial statements, and they have indicated that they'll be able to submit those financial statements by the 30th of November 2024, end of this month. So the culture that we are seeing in the Department of Defense, if I can start with them, is that after we issue the audit outcomes, we expect that they will prepare audit action plans to ensure that they respond to the issues that we are raising. But what we've seen over the years is that those action plans, they are not properly monitored to ensure that they respond adequately to the audit issues that we are raising. And at times they are prepared very late in the process such that they do not have an impact on the audit outcomes. In the last year, what we saw is that the accounting officer actually reviewed the action plans that came from all the services within the department, and she found that they were not properly responding to the issues, meaning that they were not comprehensive enough to resolve the issues that were coming from the ground, and she sent them back so that they can be revised. Though that was a good step in terms of ensuring that the plans respond to the issues, the management responded very late now with the proper action plans, and as a result, they could not have an impact in terms of shifting audit outcomes in the right direction. The other issue that is prevalent in the Department of Defense is around consequence management. So earlier on, Chair, I mentioned that accounting officers has a critical role in ensuring that when there are irregularities, they are able to investigate those matters further and take the actions as indicated in the PFMA, whether to recover financial losses if there's something to recover, or to take disciplinary actions against the responsible officials. So that is one of the key challenges that we are noting in the Department of Defense, that consequence management is not effective to drive that culture of ensuring that people adhere to legislation, on that they perform their duties. One of the issues or challenges within Department of Defense is that you have a secretariat environment and also have a military environment. So the accounting officer is in the secretariat and she is recognized by both the PFMA as well as the Defense Act that guides defense as the accounting officer. However, in terms of the Defense Act, the accounting officer in defense, Secretary for Defense, will not have the powers to take disciplinary actions against military officials. So it is required then that there's collaboration between the accounting officer and the chief of the South African National Defense Force in ensuring that consequence management does happen. So, Chairperson, that is one of the issues that we've grappled with in the department, especially when we started with our enforcement mandate, whereby we issued material irregularities. And in terms of the Act, you issue that material irregularity to the accounting officer. But you found that the accounting officer, at certain times, those issues were residing within the military environment, and therefore it requires of her to then work with the chief of the SNDF or the heads in the military to ensure that consequence management is actually enforced. Then, Chairperson, linked to that, in the military environment, as I indicated, there's military and there's secretariat. Some of the roles and functions within the department are allocated to the military officials. For instance, assets and supply chain management is run through the logistics environment, which is led by a military head. And we have made some recommendations that in terms of supply chain management, the regulations, which is now Treasury regulations, require that supply chain management must be within the purview of the Chief Financial Officer. However, that is not currently the case because it is allocated to the logistics. And we've made a recommendation then to the accounting officer and the minister that they must consider to move that function to the Chief Financial Officer's purview as required by Treasury regulations. Chairperson, if I can just reflect on the Military Veterans Department, as I indicated as well, they have similar issues in terms of action plans, that action plans are not driven such that they address the audit findings that you are raising. And part of the reason with the Department of Military Veterans is that we've seen some instability in terms of leadership at the department. And part of the reason was suspensions at higher positions, and also vacancies at higher positions like Deputy Director General level. So as a result of that instability, there aren't then senior officials that are driving implementation of the audit action plans. Chairperson, with Denel, the current culture that you are saying is then again that there's slow progress also to address the issues that you are raising, but partly that also relates to the turnaround strategy that the entity is currently implementing, and we are saying that that is not moving also in the right direction as required. And part of the reason is also the financial sustainability and going concern issues that Denel is currently facing. So in terms of the root causes, I think I've touched briefly on it to say that why the departments are not moving and clearing the qualifications that we are reporting to them is in the main the issue of action plans. They are either not prepared timeously, or if they are prepared, they are not monitored to ensure that they are fully implemented to address audit issues. The second issue, as I indicated, is really around consequence management, because officials could see that nothing is happening if one is not performing or transgressing legislation, then they will continue with that culture. So it is important that they implement consequence management as required. Then what we also want to point out now, reflecting back on the ecosystem, is that when it comes to the military veterans, for the year under review, internal audit did not conduct any audits to support the accounting officer in identifying gaps in the internal control environment, which is their role as internal audit to identify those internal control inefficiencies and make recommendations. So in this case, because no audits were conducted, they did not then identify any of the gaps in the internal controls and reflect on these and provide recommendations. I also highlighted the issue of vacancies, especially at military veterans at higher levels. So those vacancies have been there for some time and they have not been filled. They also contribute to the issues that we are reporting. At defense, there are also some vacancies that exist currently. The accounting officer is in an acting capacity for about 2 years, also similar with the chief financial officer, also in an acting capacity. With Denel, the issues range widely. When we reflect on them, we note the issues dating back to the legacy of the state capture, the issues around Denel losing skills as people were leaving the entity because of the challenges that the entity has faced. The issues around internal control environment as well that needs to be strengthened so they are able to provide reports that are credible and are supported. So Chairperson, we have made some recommendations to the 3 entities to address these issues that we have been raising around financial statements not being credible, performance reports that are not credible, the issues around compliance with legislation, and also to some extent the issues that emanated from material irregularities that we've raised. So our recommendations, starting off with defense, one of them is really around the accounting framework within accountability framework, apologies, within the department. As I indicated, that some of the functions are allocated to the military officials, but we see that in some instances it's not working to the advantage of the department. And we've made some recommendations then that the accounting officer must consider to revise the accountability framework within DOD, including the delegations that the accounting officer makes within the entity. We have also then recommended that there must be swift actions to address issues of consequence management. And in particular at defense, it requires that the accounting officer must work very closely in collaboration with the chief of the South African National Defense Force. The filling of key vacancies is also something that must be addressed swiftly if we are to move the culture within the departments. Then with regards to Denel, it's a matter really of ensuring that the turnaround strategy is being implemented and it's being implemented successfully to also ensure that there's a change within the culture of Denel. Chairperson, I will pause there and hand over to my colleague, Mr. Kutsie, to take us through the detail then of the audit outcomes for both the departments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mbali. Honourable Chair, honourable members. I'll be taking us through the detail. As you know, the Auditor General, we've got 3 categories. The first one is when we audit the financial statements, the other one is the annual performance report, and the third one is the compliance. So I'll be going in a bit more detail in each one of those categories. So firstly, starting off with the quality of the financial reporting, as already touched on by Mbali, the Department of Defence, DMV, had qualified opinions, and most of the key elements that emanated from this space relates to the items that's there on your right-hand side. So the first item in the DoD space relates to a limitation when it comes to goods and services and investments. That is relating to your intelligence environment, and due to the nature of the environment, we would not be able to do the procedures that you would normally do during an audit due to the environment that they operate within. The second item is the movable tangible capital assets, and this is an item that has been there for a number of years when it comes to Department of Defence. There's also a number of issues when it comes to the audit of that assets in the Department of Defence. So firstly, certain assets that's reflected on the asset register, we could not trace those to the actual floor and the ground to verify those assets. Similarly, we identified certain assets in the environments that we could not trace to the asset register, impacting on the completeness of the asset register. Then also in terms of the values, the assets are stated in your financial statements. There are certain assets still stated at R1 after 2002. That's the date at which National Treasury indicated it should be stated at fair value and cost, so it should not be stated at R1. And then there is certain asset adjustments that was made on the financial statements, of which we could not get the supporting documentation to verify the correctness of those adjustments. That's some of the key elements that is identified in the asset environment. Moving into the compensation of employees, there were several errors in that environment as well, mainly relating to overpayments in terms of housing allowance, deprivation allowance, and also basic salaries of some of the members that left the employ of the department. Then irregular expenditure. The Department of Defence do not have a system in place that can accurately disclose and completely disclose the irregular expenditure in the financial statements. We've also identified some irregular expenditure during our audit that was not disclosed, that was then subsequently adjusted for. Looking at DMV...
Sorry, can I interrupt you? Can you switch off your mic? I just want, because I interfere with one another. Thank you. Can I interrupt you? I just need to get a sense, because you assisted us with an accompanying document which gave a lot more context. I don't know if the members saw. And there are instances, and I think in the normal course you would understand, because some of the information and equipment and missions and so on might be sensitive, right? But there are many instances where the information is classified, right? It cannot be responded to. And I need to and it's important that we discuss this in the preface. Does this mean even the Auditor General's officials are not allowed to look in, or is it simply that you are not allowed to report publicly or to the committee because this is public? I need to just understand how it works. I don't know who can, if you can please answer.
Thank you, Chairperson. So the members of the audit team that audits certain information in the Department of Defence, they do have the top secret clearance, so they are allowed to look into some of the information. I say some because when it comes to the intelligence environment, we do not get to all the documentation that we would normally want to see as auditors. And that is why there is that first qualification that Mr. Gauthier reflected to say that because of the nature of how the transactions are conducted in that particular environment, you may not get to all the detail that you want to get as an auditor. So even with that top secret clearance, you may not get to the detail that you normally want to see. But when it comes to performance information, where Chairperson, you talk about classified indicators, those we are able to audit and give findings if there are findings. However, in terms of the reporting, it remains classified, as you will note it in terms of the annual report that they will indicate that the information is classified, but we have audited that particular information. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is for the members. So this is an area where we are going to have to kind of sharpen ourselves. And this is why. The classified label is really important for security purposes. The classification is important for security purposes. It is also open to abuse, where, you know, someone or a group of people want to do things that are otherwise financial malfeasance, basically. And it gets cloaked under the rubric of it being classified. To the extent that, for instance, and these are some of the specific, and I feel I need to say this here, and it's not your problem, it's possibly a policy and a legislative and a parliament rules issue, that sharing with a committee an outcome of an assessment around sort of the classified area does not reveal the information itself. So you still don't know what sort of the activity was or what the piece of equipment was, but the assessment is important. And we're gonna need to debate that and speak with other committees as well. Where I would get concerned is where, for instance, in the view of the Auditor General, and if I'm mistaken, you must correct me because this is important, in the view of the Auditor General, even in the classified environment, there are concerns, but you're simply not allowed to say publicly, right? In other words, you're not allowed to give the score because that's all you want. I wasn't in the stadium, I just want to know who won. That's it. I don't want to know who scored. I don't want to know who the referee was or any of that. I just want to know, did we win or didn't we win? That's it, right? Where the objectives met or where they not met. And I know that this is possibly not your fight to fight, but I do want to just alert the members to this because we have to find a balance between doing the right thing and not letting people get away with murder. In the environment where we've seen this presentation, and I won't preempt it, the whole place looks like a jungle of unaccountability. And I know auditors are really circumspect in their words, but the real term is a jungle, it's a circus. And under those circumstances, we have to be extremely careful about trusting the classification label for its own sake. And so I'd like the members to take that into account as we go through the presentation. But if you're saying there are people with a top secret clearance, they are able to see some of the information. You are able to make an assessment and just say whether you are allowed to report on that assessment without revealing the core information or not. If you're not allowed to say anything, then there is an issue for Parliament to take up through Parliament's own channels.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, we do report to the committee, or we brief the committee, the Joint Standing Committee on intelligence. So in that committee, we do elaborate in more details what we found because it is a closed session. So I'm saying that we can be able to go into details in those types of meeting where it's a closed session and where we are informed that everyone around the table does also have the necessary security clearance because we must respect those protocols. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. I note that. But the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence is still not the Public Accounts Committee at the end of the day. But it's not your battle, really. We're not blaming you. We wanted to develop an understanding so that as we do our work and we interact with the institution as a whole, we are able to have the right conversation. Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption. I felt that was important to set out because there'll be a few instances where the information is classified.
No problem at all, Honourable Chair, and thanks for that clarification. It's appreciated. Maybe just touching on that slide again, DMV on the right-hand side there. Also, in terms of the assets disclosed in the asset register, we could not locate some of them actually on the floor. And then also in terms of the regular expenditure in the prior year, we could not establish the full completeness of this disclosure in that regard. Now, Chair, as already indicated, the underlying effect of this is really the control deficiencies that's not addressed. So on your slide on the right-hand side as well, there's some of the key deficiencies that we've identified, being proper record keeping, the daily monthly controls not being in place, in-year and year-end reporting not being done in such a manner that we can ultimately give with a confident perspective, a positive meeting on those, and then also the review and monitoring of the compliance. So the set of financial statements are submitted to us on the 31st of May. We then give opportunity where possible and where appropriate for departments to make corrections. However, after such opportunity and as at the conclusion of the audit 31 July, both those audit reports were still qualified as depicted there. Then in terms of the impact, the irregular expenditure does have quite a considerable impact if it's not fully disclosed. Obviously, it impacts on the ability to do subsequent consequence management as well as a risk of misappropriation of assets in the space of the asset register if it's not properly kept. And then in terms of the financial statements being qualified also does pose a risk in terms of the credibility and decision making surrounding that set of financial statements. Moving on to the performance environment, that's when we look at the performance report. So in the Department of Defence, I think we've just touched on it now, due to the sensitive nature, the DI environment, we also limited in that space. And I can then indicate in terms of DMV, there's a number of items identified in this space. I'll, on a high level, touch on them. The first one is that the reported achievement is not in all cases consistent with the planned documentation, and then also some indicators not well defined. The reported achievement did not agree to the supporting records. That's there in terms of the number of military veterans businesses provided, and then the number of public-private partnerships. We could not get audit evidence to support the actual reported. In terms of the root causes in that space, I think in the DoD environment is due to limited progress when it comes to moving forward in terms of the measure to make it available for us to view certain of the documentation to give creditation to the actual reported. And then in DMV is the slow progress in terms of the implementation of action plans. Moving into the compliance of legislation, members would see that the legislation areas that's depicted there, I think for a number of years, is actually a concern in both the departments. And the main areas of concern is the procurement and contract management. Bali did indicate our recommendation there in terms of moving it under the purview of the CFO. And in the quality of financial statements, that's the reported financial statements submitted for us were not free from material misstatements. And in the prevention of irregular, unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the repeat incurrence of that is a non-compliance that we've identified for a number of years. And then effective consequence management. This is one of the key areas of concern relating to consequence management not taking place. Later on, I'll go in a bit more detail regarding that point. Looking at the unauthorized expenditure, members, you'll see an increase in the unauthorized expenditure up to about 2021-22. The department is able to move funds around to be able to address any requirement in terms of the employee costs. However, from 22-23 onwards, that was not possible anymore, hence the unauthorized expenditure incurred. Just moving to the next item is then the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. There from 2019-20, there has been a steady decline, but again, an increase in your 23-24 year. We've also just set out the key areas that it related to, mostly penalties incurred and interest paid. I think that's also a key point to look at. Then the following item is just the irregular expenditure. In terms of the irregular expenditure, members, you'll see an increase there till about 21-22. A number of the aspects that impacts on that increase was also then the fact that the department could move funds around. However, it was not done within the prescripts, hence the irregular expenditure incurred there till 21-22, as depicted then in the unauthorized expenditure. That's then from 22-23 onwards, that then impacted in a reduction in that space. However, there's still a number of items identified in terms of irregular expenditure. We've also just set out some of the key elements, but the majority of it does relate to procurement process not being followed, most significantly in the project Tsano space. Later on, I've also got a detailed slide specifically on Tsano. And it also impacts on most of the pillars of procurement, management, competitive bidding, fairness, transparency. So most of those elements have been basically impacted in terms of irregular expenditure. Looking at the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there's also been an increase in the latter part of 23-24. And I think we've also just given a breakdown there on your right-hand side in terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And that also that directly impacts on the consequence management. There's quite a delay when it comes to investigations being conducted, those investigations being conducted in time, and also depicted there, a number of investigations have not been condoned. There's 12 cases at DOD, about 56 cases that's still in progress and not yet investigated, 12 cases. So this is really a key area of focus for us as well in the audit, regarding the consequence management and timely dealing with the infringements when it comes to fruitless expenditure as well as irregular expenditure. On the next slide there, similarly also for irregular expenditure, we provided a breakdown there. I think the far majority of the items were not dealt with in time, investigated, still waiting. Condonement was 81 cases, in progress about 389 cases, and then not yet investigated 245 cases at DOD, and then also at DMV 36 cases investigated but no further action taken. Also of note that DMV is the 80 cases there. I think the delays in completing the investigations is the core driver when it comes to the lack of consequence management in this space, specifically when it comes to looking at the timelines that's involved. Members, we also took the opportunity to again just refresh members on the material irregularity process, and I think most members would be familiar with it, but please allow me the opportunity just to on a high level touch on the process again. So material irregularity is any non-compliance, contravention of legislation, fraud, theft, or breach of fiduciary duty that resulted or is likely to result in a material financial loss, misuse of public resources, and also substantial harm to the general public. So the whole MI process is structured in such a way that the accounting officers and the boards do have the power to take appropriate action. However, if they do not take the appropriate action, then the extended powers in terms of the PAA is kicking in. So in terms of that, we've also depicted the following order there on your right-hand side. If we identify a MI, we issue a notification, then we get feedback from the accounting officer. We then do assessment whether appropriate action is taken, yes or no. If appropriate action is taken, we'll follow the process, report accordingly in our audit report until the MI is resolved. If appropriate action is not taken, then it invokes the extended powers in terms of the PAA. That's then where we can refer to a public body. We can issue recommendations in the audit report, have remedial actions, and then ultimately a certificate of theft if all of those items have not yielded the results to resolve the MI. I think that's just an overview in terms of the MI. Then looking at the MIs in this space, there's been 14 MIs issued in the broader defense space. So looking at the breakdown, 10 of those are in procurement and contract management as well as payment environment. One is harm to the public, general public, and then one, or basically 3, is relating to the misuse of public resources. So some of the actions taken by the auditees, there's about 477 million of losses prevented throughout this process, and then also about 11 million financial loss in the process of being recovered. One responsible official was identified in terms of disciplinary processes. 11 investigations were instituted. One supplier contract was stopped, and then 2 internal control processes were improved in the process. So that's some of the gains through the MI process. Some of the observations that we've identified in the environment is that when it comes to the accounting officer of the DoD, being the SecDef, she does not have the full responsibility. She has the responsibility in terms of Section 38. However, she cannot lawfully take disciplinary action against members in the purview of the SANDF. I think Mr. Tsotsetsi also linked on to that. Then in terms of the structure...
Sorry, can I just ask a question? Who in the chain of accountability can take action against the officers in charge of the various armed forces in the event that someone needs to be held accountable?
That should be in the purview of the chief SNDF, his line of control.
Do this switching on and off of the mic. They affect each other. But in the instance where the chief of the SANDF is implicated, who then does?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that would then resort to the higher authority, in my view, the Minister, if that is the case.
Okay, so what you are saying in English here is that the Secretary of Defense is not able to discipline the Chief of the Defense Force. The Minister, however, is legally empowered to do so, and I'm assuming after consultation with the President as Commander-in-Chief. And the consequence we see here is that whoever has been Minister previously has simply not been interested in holding the uniformed branch of the defense of our defense accountable at all. Either they did not raise the issues with the President, or the two of them did not care. Because that's the only way the story that you are setting out here unfolds. Because someone has to hold the chief. So simply saying that the Secretary of Defense is not able to hold them accountable doesn't take us to the logical conclusion of who is accountable. So have you been, and I'm sorry to interrupt because this is important, I don't want us to just let it go. Have you, in the course of your engagements, had opportunity to bring these to the attention of the responsible minister, given this defect that is highlighted here?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we have engaged the Minister about this challenge, and we made some recommendations that she also oversee the process of ensuring that there's collaboration between the accounting officer and the chief of the SNDF is to ensure that accountability does take place even in the military space. So there have been those engagements, and we have also put them in writing to the Minister. And matters were also taken forward even to the Portfolio Committee to indicate that there is this challenge that we're noting, especially as we issue material irregularities. So, but in short, Chair, yes, we have shared this challenge with the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Thank you, Chair. I've noted it is projecting on the screen here. For some reason, it's not projecting on that screen, that side. I'm not sure. There we go. I think it's probably just a connectivity issue. Thank you very much, Chair. Looking then at the breakdown of the MIs, I've dealt with that. I think we've gone in the detail in terms of the observation. I think, as pointed out, the negative impact of that is then that consequence management is not taking place, and then also the instability in terms of the accounting officer level when it comes to DMV has had a negative impact in addressing the material irregularities. So we've also included recommendations for SCOPA to consider, for SCOPA to continue to actively engage with all the role players within the accountability ecosystem. That's the whole system that Mr. Tsetse took us through earlier on in the presentation, to make sure that all of them do play their role, to make sure that MIs are effectively implemented and that consequence management is taken against the identified officials. Then going into a bit more detail, we've also just set out all the MIs from the inception of the PAA extended powers in the defence space. So the first item dates back to 2019. That's then procurement processes that were not followed in terms of overpricing of procured goods and services, specifically in the space of inventory and asset management. So there was a contract that wasn't awarded only to the bidder with the highest points in that space. So in this regard, we have noted that the accounting officer and chief SNDF did not implement the remedial actions, and we then proceeded to refer this item to the SIU for further investigation. It's currently still in progress in that regard. They are waiting for the proclamation that was submitted to Department of Justice in that space. Then the second item there is in terms of lease payments for unoccupied buildings. In that regard, we've also taken note of the progress that's made. However, the progress made was not deemed to be appropriate, and then we also referred that matter. It's currently referred to the public prosecutor, the PPSA. The next item there on the list is the unfair award of fuel supply. So that item has been referred to the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigations, and at this stage is still in progress, the investigation, so we are making follow-ups in that regard. Then the next item is an item in terms of the personal procurement equipment, the PPEs, not being procured in a cost-effective manner. So in this item, we have evaluated the action that was taken in this space, and based on that assessment, we came to the conclusion that appropriate action has been taken, and we will not pursue the matter further in terms of MI process. The item that follows is the unregistered drugs importation from Cuba in that regard. In terms of this item, we have taken note the various actions that was taken, as well as the referral and the remedial actions. And also in that regard, we came to the conclusion that it has appropriately been dealt with to such extent that we will not pursue this item further for MI purposes. Looking at the next item, is then the 2 military hospital non-usage of medical equipment. So that is relating to a cardiovascular theatre that was procured and made available, however it wasn't utilized. So in that regard, the AG did refer the matter to the Public Protector of South Africa to investigate. We've also, in that regard, given the department extended period to basically implement the recommendations in this space. Based on our assessment, there has been movements in terms of the recommendations. There's also third parties involved to see how this equipment can be utilized. And at this stage, the additional time is up till the 11th of December, that's next month, when we'll then get feedback in terms of the action that has been taken by the department in that space. The item that follows is the 1 military hospital, the non-usage of medical equipment in that space as well. So in that regard, there has been an investigation, and then also for the accounting officer to implement certain items. Firstly, the financial loss relating to the non-usage of that medical equipment should be quantified. Also, appropriate action should be taken to determine the responsible officials in that space, and then to recover appropriately, and then also to take reasonable steps to dispose of the unused medical equipment. In that regard, Armsquare has been appointed by the department to assist with that process. There has been some progress in that regard, and taking that into account, we have provided the extra 6 months that will take it up to the 24th of January 2025 to implement the recommendations in terms of the disposal of that unused equipment. Moving then on to the next item is the payment of inflated invoices. That is a matter where the department was overcharged basically for emergency ambulance services. This matter has been referred to the State Attorney, and summonses have been issued in terms of that item. In doing assessment of this item, we've also identified that the department implemented preventative controls going forward to prevent the reoccurrence of such an event happening, and taking into account that it is currently going through a legal process, we came to the conclusion that at this stage we will not pursue the item further from our side, as it's a legal route in terms of this MI. Then the next MI relates to substantial harm to the general public. That is then appropriate action not taken to remediate environmental contamination. So there's basically fuel spillage that has resulted in some contamination, and the department needs to do assessment and then take the appropriate action to basically mitigate any impact of that fuel spillage. So in that regard, we have issued the MI. Based on the feedback we received, appropriate actions are not being taken, and we are currently in terms of the process to see what the further appropriate action would be in this space. Then, Chair, as also indicated earlier on, in the intelligence environment, we do have access to certain of the information. In that regard, we've also raised 2 MIs in that space. The one MI was resolved, where appropriate action was taken, and the other item is then still currently being evaluated when we recently received feedback in this space. That is then concluding Department of Defence MIs. When we look at the Department of Military Veterans, there's also 3 MIs in that space. I'm going to run through them quite quickly. The first item is then insufficient use of resources. That is the allocation and payment for emergency housing to ineligible military veterans. Then also the non-use of machinery procured for skills development. And then also the non-usage of tablets procured for digital literacy skills program. So in all 3 these cases, we did get feedback from the accounting officer, but based on our assessment, appropriate actions were not taken to deal with the MI. So the first MI was then referred to the SIU, and in terms of the last 2, we're still in the process of just evaluating the further action that needs to be taken on these specific MIs. Looking at the root causes, very much linked to what we had our overview on, the slow progress when it comes to action plans, as indicated in the past. The action plans only came in fulfillment at the end of the financial year, which does not give the departments opportunity to actually take action. And then also the appropriateness of the action plans to make sure it's not only put on paper, but actually addressing the root causes to be able to deal appropriately with the items that was highlighted, which is quite important, as a number of them are repeat items coming from previous years as well. Then consequence management, not adequately implemented for poor performance and transgressions. I think that's a core element that I've touched on. And then also the vacancies in key positions. That's a key root causes that we've identified. Looking at key recommendations, as Ms. Tsotsetsi indicated, the revision of the accountability framework to include departmental delegations by the SecDef, and also repositioning the supply chain management function under the purview and control of the CFO. Is also a recommendation to be aligned with the Treasury regulations. Then also addressing the instability at leadership level, especially in DMV, to make sure that appropriate vacancies are filled and that appropriate consequence management is taken. And then also for the Minister to actively engage with all the role players in this accountability ecosystem to ensure that the action plans are compiled and actioned to address the key findings, to timely address the matters in order to resolve these items. Then, Chair and Honourable Members, we've also looked at the service delivery. We went a bit further in terms of this space and also see where we can elevate certain key insights that we picked up during the audit. So in terms of the performance against the targets, I think, detailed here, and later on it will become a bit more evident. There's about 67% of the DoD targets not achieved, and about 45 at DMV that's not achieved. And that is specifically of risk, as it does not give the output that is required ultimately in terms of the mandate. Looking at DoD specifically, we've done a bit of a deep dive this year. We did a comparison for a number of years, and looking at your sea hours as well as the hours flown for force employment, it's quite a considerable decrease that we saw in the number of hours at sea as well as the hours flown for force employment if we take the last 12 years into account, moving from an environment of about 11,000 sea hours to about 2,500 in the latter month, and then also quite a considerable decrease in the force employment hours flown. We've then also seen an increase there in the force man days, so more reserve forces then utilized and man days required to foot the requirements at the end of the day. So the overall reflection then, just on a high level, indicates there's a decline in the flying hours as depicted there. There's then also a related decline in availability of capabilities that impacts on the sea hours as well as the hours flown. And I think, Chair and members, that's also a main reason for the non-achievement of the targets as depicted also in the previous slide. So that's attributable to a number of elements, one being the reduction in the Arms Corps dockyards capability that we've noted, and also challenges at Denel as depicted as well. And then further to that, we've also seen that there is a number of unfunded commitments where the department is deployed to assist, for instance, other departments like SAPS, and where funding is then only received quite late in the process, or not adequate funding is received to properly address those unfunded commitments. Then reserve force utilization, we've also seen that increasing, and then in general also deterioration in terms of the capabilities. That's also related to the maintenance of your prime mission equipment. Then also delays in the procurement of prime mission equipment, such as drones and troop packs, that is specifically important to make sure there's a force multiplier in using equipment more effectively to be able to achieve the objectives of the department. Looking at the main...
Sorry, may I interrupt you? So I'm going to ask us to stay on this slide because so I've got some clarifying questions to ask. Sorry, please switch off there. Thank you. So I've got some clarifying questions to ask. And let's go with each of the graphics in turn. So the decline in the number of hours at sea is precipitous. It's virtually fallen off the cliff. How much of that is attributable to, or let me ask it differently. Is that attributable to the number of vessels that the Navy is able to put out at sea, to sea, or not? Has the number declined there over that period that you report on? Or is it a case of each of the vessels are operating fewer hours each?
Thank you for that clarifying question, Chair. I think it's a combination of it. I think the main driver would be the availability of the vessels, impacting in terms of the maintenance, whether they're actually available to be deployed. So there needs to be an assessment done in terms of the vessels to make sure they're up to OLOG level, that's operational level. So they have to go through that assessment. So there would be fewer of those vessels that made it to that level that can be deployed. And also there's various other factors. I think funding in terms of also fuel supply, and I think that pressure also impacted on it. But I think one of the core drivers would be the maintenance of those vessels to make sure that they are available so that they can be utilized. And it's also then impacting ultimately on the training of the officials to be able to make sure that they stay current if that vessels are not available to be deployed, and also maintained to such a level that they can be utilized in operational environment. It's also then further depleted when it comes to some of the performance information, if I may. Here at the top, when it says key targets not achieved for the DoD on that slide, number of maritime coastal patrols conducted in terms of the MTSF priority 6. So that is also indicated that's not achieved, and that would be due to the availability of some of the equipment as well as the prime mission equipment, specifically the vessels, to be able to deploy them to be able to do that operation.
Okay, can I just ask, and there are other members with clarifying questions, is there a benchmark number of hours at sea? And yeah, is there a benchmark number of hours at sea that would meet the minimum standard of performance? Because I can see those numbers, but what I don't know is whether even the highest number met what should be sort of an acceptable standard of hours at sea anyway.
Thanks, Chair. Chairperson, we have not done the assessment to get to a benchmark, but what we are noting is that the targets that are set have not been met on an annual basis, and hence that decline.
All right, okay. Can I just give, I saw two hands, but your hands are, okay, your hands are still up. If we were on Teams, the hand would have remained up. Or Zoom. So Honorable Beasley and Honorable Atkinson.
Thanks.
Clarifying, so no speeches, just clarifying
clarify.
questions.
You raised the important about benchmarks, but you mentioned the presenter said there are targets. What's the difference between a benchmark and a target? You said there are targets, and have those? What are those targets? Thanks.
Okay, let's take the second one as well.
This is specifically about the Air Force employment, the hours flown, which I see down to 711. My question there is, does that include the hours flown with the President 737? Because that actually is an Air Force plane. And if that is included in the amounts, then that would really show that our actual fighter jets are hardly flying at all, because that Air Force 737 that the President flies is flown regularly and could well account for most of that 711 hours. So I'd like to know, does the President 737, the hours flown in that, go into those numbers? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the targets are indicated in the annual performance report. We are just not being able now to get to those hours that were targeted for the year, but they will be displayed in the annual performance report. Chairperson, we can check that information maybe and provide it at a later stage in terms of that. Thanks. And then the hours flown, it does not include the hours that relates to the presidential jet. So it's only in relation to the core force employment hours. Thank you.
No, thank you. So I mean, what I draw from the, sorry, honorable members, just whisper to each other, don't talk. What the picture that emerges there is that we have a navy that is hardly operational, and we are going to call the minister to come and account here. But the number for the Air Force is really concerning, because it falls off the cliff from 2012, 2013, and for the last decade, those jets have hardly been flying. Which brings into question the issues around, in fact, I think it is in your supplementary document that basically there is an issue with what you call the currencies of the personnel, which means they are not spending enough time with the equipment to be able to maintain an acceptable level of competence to operate that equipment. Would that be what it means, basically? I just want to be sure.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe just to link in to the previous question, yes, in the supplementary document, we do have the hours actually set out there on page 12. I think there we've got to see hours 8,000 as a target and then a 2641, so it's available in that document, actually just depicting it there. Yes, I think maybe also looking at the next slide, that is one of the key impacts that we are seeing. If there's reduced hours in terms of availability of prime mission equipment, that does impact the training of the air crew. They do have the ability to do simulations, but simulation training may not be as effective as the real exposure on that training, and that's also applicable not only for flying hours but also hours at sea. So it does impact some of them also losing their specific functionality, only being able to fly a day, not at night, for instance, if they haven't received a certain number of hours. So it is an area of concern, and it does have a possible impact in terms of the availability to perform the operational requirements as stated. Thanks, Chair. Okay. Thank you very much. Touching on the next item, I've just touched on the impact there, but in the root causes is also the long approval process to sign maintenance contracts. So that is quite a lengthy administrative process, and that could probably be mitigated if there is longer contract periods that's set, especially when it comes to areas where there's a main provider of that items. And then also the ability to timely finalize repairs and maintenance has got a huge impact, and I think that is also further emanating from the liquidity and tax compliance issues at Denel. That does have an impact with a ripple effect and ultimately on the ability for the Defence Force to maintain those prime mission equipment. Then also where the aircraft has aged, and we have noted a number of prime mission equipment that came to a stage where they need a major service overhaul. So provision for them to have that costly overhaul is not done to such extent that there's funding always available for them to have that major overhaul. That's, for instance, overhaul of the engine, the drivetrains, transmission systems. That is then a core driver of that equipment not being available to be deployed and operationally used in the space. And then also the reduction in capability of the Arms Corps dockyard, for instance, skills that led also to the environment not being able to adequately fulfill the requirements of the SA Navy, which then impacts on that availability of vessels, touching on to our earlier discussion. Then our overall recommendations in terms of service delivery is that a response plan and a response strategy should be compiled to effectively deal with the maintenance of the prime mission equipment. And the strategy should specifically also ensure that ad hoc requests can be responded to in terms of the domestic matters as well, and also cater for key priorities of the department without the delayed effect. That should be done in conjunction with the department, Arms Corps, as well as Denel, in collaboration together to ultimately have that response strategy put in place to deal with this backlog when it comes to maintenance, and also effective controls to ensure that the funding of the department is appropriately utilized. It is known that the department is under financial constraints, but still the funding that is made available should be used in such a manner that there's a limitation in terms of the irregular expenditure as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, that funding is appropriately utilized. Looking at Tsano, maybe just a bit of background. That's a bilateral agreement between the department and the basically for the South African government and then also the Republic of Cuba to work together in terms of certain objectives. In terms of this item, we could not confirm that appropriate procurement contract management processes were followed at the outset of this contract. Till date, there was expenditure of close to 2 billion in this environment, and it mainly relates to expenditure in terms of technical and professional training. So there's quite a number of medical professionals that was sent there, as well as members that trains for mechanical engineering related work. So in terms of this environment, and we've also just set it out nicely there in terms of impact, root cause recommendations and insights. So I'm going to first start with the insights. Of the 6 medical students, only 6 out of the 21 were successful in their initial 18-month integration course at UP. So when they come back from Cuba, they first need to do integration course before they can practice and decide. Then also in terms of members that were successful, for them to do further professional clinical psychologist work, there is also a challenge in terms of their further studies in that space. And then on the biomedical engineering students would not be able to basically register at ECSA. That's the body that they need to register to be able to practice, and that is mainly due to SACWA not accrediting that qualification. So in terms of the impact of this is that additional spending is incurred compared to if those members were trained in South Africa. There's also existing medical posts that's not being filled, and then also students not practicing their professional careers after they've qualified in their specific disciplines. The root cause for that, we've established that as a lack of research in terms of the adequacy of the course against the SACWA requirements, and also doing a proper impact analysis before sending the students to Cuba, and also plan for their further career development on return when they then have obtained that qualification. That's the root causes. In terms of the recommendations, there is then to evaluate all the training courses to make sure that they're appropriate, and also to collaborate with, for instance, the Department of Health and their model in terms of accreditation of members when they are trained, and then also a review of the bilateral agreement and also the supplementary agreements in that regard to make sure that they are adequate and beneficial for the department. Thank you very much, Chair. I think the rest is just some of the statistics. I'm not going to go through that.
I have some questions on this, and forgive my ignorance. So, in the nature of bilateral agreements, there is an exchange of benefits, I would believe, between countries, one way or another. They don't need to be equal, but there is some exchange of benefits. In other words, we help you with X, you help us with Y. And I think that's perfectly normal and acceptable. So have you been able to ascertain, because I think one of my difficulties with this over here, with Project Tsano, is that it appears to have just been a straight procurement, actually, in the absence of understanding what it is that the Republic of Cuba did in return, because we paid for what was provided. And having paid, we also did not pay sufficient attention, or in fact, let me say the Department of Defense did not pay sufficient attention to whether what they were procuring would be of actual benefit to us. And as it turns out, some of it wasn't, because we couldn't even, integrate the people here. I think some of them didn't complete and so on, or they struggled to make it over there. So I want to know whether you've been able to ascertain, apart from this that we paid for, have you been able to access the bilateral agreement and see whether, in terms of that same agreement, we were able to then reap the benefits of what the Cubans would do for South Africa? Or was it just straight procurement, actually, outside of the framework of the PFMA, in a sense, but done as a bilateral agreement?
Thank you, Chair. So, yes, Chair, we have gotten hold of the bilateral agreement, but it's very much detailed in that it will say that both countries will cooperate on the matters of defense. So it does not specify in what manner. But there's also what is called supplementary agreements. So that is where now there are details in terms of what needs to be done by which party. And in there, what we noted is that it then follows a procurement process in a way, because it says that Department of Defense will acquire services, and part of those services include the repairs of the military vehicles of the Department of Defense. It includes the training that we are referring to in this particular slide. So, having assessed or evaluated then the supplementary agreements which emanate from the bilateral agreement between the two countries, our assessment, Chair, was to say that indeed Department of Defense should have followed a procurement process, or in the absence of a normal procurement process, they should have obtained a deviation that would justify why these services were procured from Cuba. And that is why we have then, in the absence of the needs analysis or the deviation also supporting them getting these services through this agreement, we then concluded that the expenditure that they're incurring, they continue to incur with this project to Tsano, will be irregular expenditure, mainly on that basis that we assessed it to be procurement of services, but outside of the normal procurement process. And also there was no deviation that was obtained from National Treasury to say that indeed there's justification for them to get these services through the bilateral agreement. So that's where we are, and that's why we've recommended that there's a need to review the bilateral agreement such that it is clear that there's benefit to the department as well, and not only just the other party. That's one of our recommendations, that there was a need to review the overarching agreement, which is the bilateral, but also the supplementary agreements that are signed to give effect to the bilateral agreement. And that's where they are, the department now conducting that evaluation of the whole agreements, because we had made this recommendation to the minister to do so, and then she then tasked certain officials in the department to look into it. But as things stand, that is why the expenditure that is incurred on an annual basis then is reflected as part of irregular expenditure, because yes, indeed, it is procuring services and without any deviation from the normal process. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I'll ask the rest of the questions at question time. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe then looking at the Department of Military Veterans, we've also done some extended work there to gain some insights. And I think some of the core elements that we've identified is the prolonged registration of military veterans and the military veteran database. So we've noted instance where it took the department more than 12 months to add a qualifying military veteran to the database. And that obviously has its repercussions and ripple effect as well, not being able to access benefits for that period as well. Then in terms of the database specifically, we noticed that the database is basically currently in Excel format, so it does pose certain challenges when it comes to access and access controls in terms of the database, and also in terms of the system-generated reports, which we already identified also that user maintenance records such as access creation, user access modifications, and termination dates could not be provided. So that is some of the challenges we've identified with the military veterans database, and that is a cornerstone ultimately for the veterans to get access to the benefits at the end of the day. Then root causes in that regard is the turnaround times in terms of inclusion of the members in the database. The department does not have a licensed tool to extract the activities raising from the password resets system administration transactions, as well as access to the login and so forth, which is a challenge, and then also inadequate database verifications prior to the approval of the benefits. There's also then a delay in the military veterans and their dependents to obtain the benefits as defined in the Act, and that could also lead to a possible loss of funds for the department due to funds being spent to ineligible persons that's not required to receive that benefits. So the failure to consistently review and monitor the activities of the administrators, the modification in terms of new users, terminations and so forth, can obviously result in unauthorized access to benefits that's not due. So that's a core element that we've focused on in the past audit and also requiring specific attention. When it comes to reflections on Denel, I'm just going to hand over to my colleague to take us through there. Thanks.
Thank you, Edward. Chair, just to maybe give a high-level background, so purposes of the members, so that we can understand the entity that we're dealing with. Staff will then take us into the details as per the presentation. Chair, Denel is one of those audits that were recently taken back by the AG. The first time we took back the audit was 2017-2018. And that was after the then newly appointed auditors of Denel, which was a private audit firm, was compromised. And then the late AG decided to revoke the consent to agree to the appointment of the auditors and take back that audit. Before taking it back, it had audited come that we call them unqualified with findings. They had one finding on failure to prevent irregular expenditure on the 2016-2017 financial year. But that year that we took it, which was 2018, it became a disclaimer. It became a disclaimer again when we audited it in 2018-2019. We audited again in 2019-2020. It became a disclaimer again. That audit was completed in January 2021. After completing that audit, that's when Denel then operations kind of collapsed. And there was a hold on most of the operations, including the audit. We then stopped the audit until last year, when we then went back to do the audit of the 3 outstanding financial years, which is what staff is going to take us through the audit come thereof. But it's very important to note, Chair, the strategic importance of this entity called Denel. Number one, it's very much core in capacitating the defense force through production, repairs, and maintenance of the prime mission equipment. So those dates that we're talking about, Chair, there where you are talking about some of the hours that the aircraft have flown, and some of it is attributable to Denel not being ready or capacitated to support the repairs of those particular or servicing of those particular aircrafts. It's very important around the preservation of specialist skills and intellectual property that we need in this country to drive innovation and industrialization. For example, AMSCO and DoD may be the major customer of Denel, but Denel produces defense and aerospace products that are sought after across the world. So an effective Denel, prime Denel, can be a crown jewel and sort of a proud, an element of pride for the nation. And also around the training and development of skills. Prime time Denel was a training ground for defense and aerospace technical and engineering skills that now we're not training those skills. So with the message that we're giving today, Chair, which is going to look like a message of doom because of the poor audit outcome that we will be presenting, we are actually saying Denel must be saved. And for Denel to be saved, there need to be accountability for all the irregularities that were reported by the State Capture Commission of Inquiry, which we understand a number of them are they are with the law enforcement agencies that are investigating those ones and taking them through various aspects. There need to be support to the current board and management of Denel in implementing the turnaround strategy. Again, while we're supporting the management and board, they still need to be held accountable to rebuild the entity that is characterized by high performance, credible financial and performance reporting, and ethical conduct by all. Thank you, Chair. Let me hand over to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, FR. To the Honorable Chairperson and the Honorable Members. All right. Thank you. To the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, to take you through the audit outcomes of Denel, I'll just add to the brief high-level background that FR gave. And to start off with is that the entity was last audited in 1920 before this audit outcomes here. And the financial statement of 2020-21 and 2021 and 22 were submitted in the 2022-23 financial year, and therefore were audited simultaneously with the 2022-23 financial statements. And therefore, the results that I'm going to take this committee through is the results of the 3 years, the 2020-21, 21-22, and 22-23. The audit results, Chairperson, are looking as follows. For the 3 financial years that we audited simultaneously, they are all disclaimed. And these disclaimers' opinion is the same as the results of the last audited financial year, which is the 19-20. Then, Chairperson, the results shows no improvement. Rather, they remain stagnant over the period. And to be specific, the entity has been receiving a disclaimer audit opinion for the past 6 consecutive years since the audit has been undertaken by the Office of the AGSA from 2017-2018. The results painted a picture of an entity that is unable to account for its affairs and the environment that is failing to implement a robust financial management that can produce credible financial statements. And as the root cause to that, Chairperson, is that the entity was unable to provide supporting evidence to support the reported financial results in the financial statements, and mainly that was due to inadequate record keeping. And also another big issue there was the fact that the entity suffered a lot of adequate capacity skills constraints because of the loss of key skills that the entity have been experiencing the past financial years. And also another issue was the fact that the entity's IT infrastructure has aged, and such that it has negatively impacted the entity's IT services, and as a result has also negatively impacted the entity's IT controls to ensure reliable, available, and protected financial information. And reflecting on the results of the audit of the compliance, the entity, we identified number of non-compliance with all the legislations, and mainly around the financial statements as they were not submitted on time, and the issue of the non-submission of the strategic documents, referring specifically to the strategic, to the corporate plan, to the shareholder compact, and the annual performance report. And the entity not taking effective steps to prevent the irregular and fruitless expenditures, and the consequence management process is not implemented. The revenue management, no adequate steps to ensure that the revenue was collected that is due to the entity, and also the non-compliances around the oversight and governance. And when we reflect, Chairperson, on the audit of the predetermined objective, the entity did not have a corporate plan, it did not have a shareholders compact, and it also did not prepare the annual performance report, and therefore we did not audit the entity's results of the predetermined objective, as the entity did not have even the corporate plan nor the shareholders compact. And Chairperson, when we reflect on the information technology of the entity, we're saying that the information technology of the entity is concerning and requires an urgent intervention. And this is mainly due to the fact that the entity's IT infrastructure have aged, owing to the non-investment and upgrades in the IT infrastructure of the entity, which we point for one is that even the IT infrastructure that currently is being used by the entity is not supported by the vendors. And also that there are no IT governance framework that supports the structures that are established for the period under the review. Above the overall outcomes, Chairperson, we also have made key observations on the entity's environment. And one is the issue talking to the going concern challenges. The entity is experiencing significant liquidity constraints, which includes the cash flow challenges, which results to the entity unable to pay its due as they fall due. The entity is also experiencing net operating losses over the period, and also has incurred net operating losses as well, and it also has operating difficulties, which includes the entity not able to implement or rather undertake its major revenue projects, which includes them also losing their key market consideration to their competitors. The entity has also lost their key skills, and they are experiencing capacity constraints. And this is also coupled by the fact that the entity also implemented Section 189 on the period of the 22-23. and also that the entity has got an aging and failing capital infrastructure, which included the IT infrastructure. On a second note, Chairperson, we also noted the issue talking to the implementation of the turnaround plan. As the entity is currently operating on the on the newly implemented turnaround strategy, we note that there is a very slow progress on the implementation of that turnaround strategy, and this is mainly due to the fact that there are a number of key milestones that have been missed and have not been achieved that are talking to the implementation of the turnaround strategy. And also the fact that the entity does not have sufficient funds to fund its turnaround strategy. On the third note, Chairperson, we talked to the issues talking to the bailout receipts and utilization of that bailout. In the 2023 financial year, the entity received a 3.4 billion as a bailout from the National Treasury. And out of that 2.4 billion, by the end of the 23-24 financial year, the entity had utilized 70% of that turnaround, of that bailout money. And when we looked on how the entity have utilized that bailout money of that 2.4, we noted that 5% was used towards the restructuring turnaround plans, and then the rest, which is 95%, was used to pay the legacy debts, which included also SARS. And as at end of 31st March 2024, Chairperson, the 30%, which is roughly about 900 million out of that bailout money, the entity had not yet been able to access that fund or that remainder of the bailout funds due to the unmet conditions of the bailout. And we're also saying that as much as the entity have utilized 70% of that bailout money to pay the legacy debt, there is no alternative funding models or strategies that have been identified by the entity to continue to successfully implement its turnaround strategy. And on the fourth key observation, Chairperson, is the issue talking to the entity's financial sustainability. And we're saying that as the entity have received the cash injection in the form of the bailout, there has been no notable changes or improvement in the entity, as the entity is still experiencing the liquidity constraints, the operational challenges, and therefore, and has only been able to pay certain legacy debts, and to date, the entity has been unable to pay their debts as they fall due. And we're saying that these challenges, particularly the operational challenges that the entity is experiencing, they pose a threat to the entity's financial sustainability and the entity's ability to continue as a going concern in future, and therefore may also increase the additional pressure to the fiscus.
Sorry, may I ask, relative to the total debt, legacy debt that is, that Denel has, how much, as a percentage of the total historical debt obligations Denel has, how much is that that bailout in total? Is it 30, 40, 50%? Or you haven't had, you haven't looked at it that way? I'm just triggered by the fact that 95% of the bailout went to paying the debt. So clearly, very little of it went to working capital or to actually funding a strategy. So it disappeared into a historical hole. So can you give us a sense? It doesn't have to be a specific number.
Chair, we did not look at it from that context, but just for information purposes, the debt that we're talking about is mostly the creditors, the employee benefits that were long overdue. Remember when the entity stopped operating, employees were not being paid. A lot of money went into that, and also including the past audit fees that were not paid as well. You'll remember that there was also in the previous years a few bailouts that were given to Denel to pay specifically long-term debts. So when we're looking at the long-term debts, the loans and borrowings, those ones were settled by government. And also what they call the bonds, they were also settled. But now they still owe their creditors, their suppliers of working capital, those are still owed currently.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the question. To continue with the presentation, Chairperson, the recommendations and the root causes of the overall audit results. First, on the root causes, under the leadership, we're saying that there was.
Can I
no-
ask you to just tilt your mic a little bit closer in this direction? Yeah, then we can hear you better. Thank you.
Am I audible better now, Chairperson? Thank you. All right, and then at the leadership level, we're saying that, Chairperson, there was no adequate oversight that was provided by the leadership under the financial management, as there was no developed in action plans to address the weaknesses of the prior audited results. And under the financial management, financial and performance management, the entity did not have credible financial statements, and as a result, there was an over-reliance on consultants that were employed to prepare the financial statements and to also to support the audit process. And there was no proper record keeping, as there was no supporting information that was presented for the audit purposes to support the financial results that were reported in the financial statements. And also there was a lot of non-compliances with regulations and laws, and also that there was no adequate controls over the IT systems. And for governance, the root causes there was that the board did not make sure that there was an internal audit for the period that was able to assist and identify the internal controls and recommend adequate actions for the board to take actions. And the recommendations, Chairpersons, that we made to the accounting authority, including the executives, is that particular for the board, we said the board and the shareholder representative, which is the Department of the Defense, they should work closely together to monitor the implementation of the turnaround strategy of the entity to avoid its total collapse. And we also recommended to the board to work with the executive to foster the accountability and the ownership of the turnaround plans. And we also recommended that the entity needs to rebuild its capacity, its internal capacity, particularly because the entity has lost significantly its internal capacity, including the key skills. And we also encourage the board to ensure that they implement sustainable measures that can ensure and restore the entity's credibility to report its financial results. And our recommendation to this committee, I'm going to start with the root causes why we recommend that, is that the overall portfolio, at the overall portfolio level, this is now at the defense as a portfolio, there is a slow progress in implementation of the action plans to address the significant internal weaknesses that have been identified and reported by the audit. And at the Denel point of view, there is a slow progress on implementation of the turnaround strategy, and this is now cutting across more or less on all SOEs. And also there is an inadequate implementation of the consequence management, and there are vacancies on the key position, and we speak particular for the entire portfolio, including Denel as well. And the recommendations that we're making to this committee is that this committee, we're recommending that it should monitor and make regular follow-ups with the executive authority on the below. One, on the reassessment of the DOD's accounting framework. Two, on the progress made on addressing the material irregularities that are reported in the portfolio. And then on the third, on the portfolio strategy and propose action plans to address the challenges that are posed by the inavailability of the prime mission equipments. And then on the third, the progress made on filling the key vacancies, including the capacitation of the Denel. And then for Denel particularly, we're saying that there ought to be a SOE sustainable funding model that should be formulated. And then the DOD, including the National Treasury, should closely monitor the implementation of Denel's turnaround strategy. And also there ought to be a rationalization of the SOE's sustainable eco growth system that should be fast-tracked. That's it from me, Chairperson, for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We've come to the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much. You did excellently. in that we just 3 minutes over, and I was partly to blame for us going 3 minutes over. So thank you very much. Well done. We are going to take a break. Since it's 10 to, we will come back at 5 past 11 for questions and answers with the members. Thank you very much. We adjourn.
Chair, can we get a psychologist as well?
That's what I'm thinking.
We are
I
depressed.
nearly said we need to get a drinks. Honorable members, thank you. I hope that was enough of a break. And unfortunately, Honorable Blosse, let's just close the door, please. Hearing all the gossip outside. Honorable members, welcome back. We are going to move into questions and answers now. So, members, please, can we have one meeting? Thank you. We are going to get into questions and answers. So what I'd like to suggest, because there are 3 entities, let me just see how many members we are. I think we're about 9. So I think to do this in a way, because we're dealing with 3 entities, we've got 9 members, the questions could take a very long time. So let's do this. We will do from Honorable Kubega to Honorable Blosse, get answers. Then Honorable Nilmay to Honorable Nondenja, get answers. And then from Honorable Beasley to Honorable Atkinson, and get answers. Can we do that? Then at least we break the monotony, and they don't need to give very long answers again at the end and miss some. So thank you very much. Honorable Kubeka, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the AGSA team. I think, Chair, we are right back to where we were with a few other entities that we've been speaking about, when we don't know what to say about this. Deja vu, basically. It goes back again to the same thing I keep quoting here of Noam Chomsky, where they say you defund, you make sure things don't work, and you privatize. Everything that is happening here is an attempt to privatize. And I think to the AGSA team, it's not you guys. We know, we understand 100%. You guys are basically auditors. You are not the people who are responsible for this. So I think bulk of what we say here is not an indictment on you guys. It's basically speaking to what we have heard, what we have read, what we have seen. I think what is going to happen here, or the next thing that will happen here, we will be told, Chair, for sure, that our country is in a mess. We no longer have a Department of Defense. It needs to be handed over to the likes of your military-industrial complex that runs the United States and the West, where they basically run governments and they run the countries because they've got the financial power. This thing of not having a functional military will definitely lend us with Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, and General Dynamics controlling this country, because clearly that's exactly where we're going. We can't have a situation where we've got unoccupied offices being paid to the tune of 108.2 million rands per year. I mean, what are we doing? The fruitless and wasteful expenditure not dealt with by the DoD that constitutes 460 million. What are we saying? SCM-related irregular expenditure, 5.1 billion. I don't want to recite all of the information that you guys have been saying, because then I'll take too long. I would have to agree with, I didn't get your name, my apologies, sir. When you say Denel must be saved, I agree with you 100%. And I think this committee and other committees here in Parliament, including and especially you, Chair, we need to pull up our socks and try and save these departments. We need to save these entities. And I agree again, sir, when you say Denel ought to be our pride and joy. It should be. It very well should be. Denel and Armsco, they should be supplying arms and ammunition to the rest of Africa. Those countries should be owing us for supplying them with arms and ammunition, because we've got the capacity. The capacity is there. We not only be supplying Africa, we should be supplying the rest of the world. And an entity like Denel and an entity like Armscor should be standalone entities that don't require any intervention and any bailout from anyone because of the money that they should be making, because the capacity is there, the skills are there. I know a lot of people have left with the skills, but I mean, as entities, the kind of entities that they are, they should be able to run. You can see that it's deliberate. All of the sabotage and all of the mismanagement, it comes from somewhere. It's deliberate that they'll say they've got no ability to maintain equipment. The long approval process to sign frequent maintenance contracts with OEMs, that's deliberate. Why is it not signed? I think these are actually questions and issues that we should be raising with the department and not AGSA. We would be out of line if we were to be smacking the team from AGSA. Reduction in the capacity of Armscor dockyard that has led to the entity being unable to adequately fulfill requirements of the SA Navy, which impacts on the availability of vessels. That means we've got no vessels. We've got no vessels. There's a 90% decline in flying hours over the past 10 years. That means those machines are not even moving. We've got a decline of 90% on sea hours. That means there's nothing happening there. And if you look at the coast we have, how long our coastline is, that means we are not defended as a country. If ever we were to find ourselves in trouble with whatever other countries, that means we're literally sitting ducks. We are literally sitting ducks because our police force is not entirely capable. If our military is the same, again, during the unrest period, there's a place where I stayed in KZN. The soldiers that were patrolling there, they had no food. They had no ammunition. They literally borrowed from the suppliers of arms and ammunition, those private companies that actually sell arms and ammunition. They borrowed arms and ammunition. They were fed food by residents. And that's our army. The people who were sent to I think it was the DRC not too long ago, they didn't have boots. So I don't know, Chair. I've got a lot to say here, but I think I would be saying it to the wrong people if I were to carry on. So let me hold it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kubeka. Honorable Madlala.
Thank you, Chair. And I extend my greetings to the delegation. You know, to a government refusing to listen, the people will always respond with a revolution. This is a process of us trying to say, let us save what's remaining of this country, and also save a situation where it becomes disastrous. And taking from what my colleague has just said, you know, if there's another report or AGs here, I can take the lead and tell you what are the issues in that department without looking at the report. It's the same issues. And I'm asking myself, how do people sit here for 10, 20 years? I've only been here for 3-6 months, and I think I'm getting fed up already. Because we seem to be engaged in a tick box exercise where we know what the problems are, and they are persistent. But we come, we then lament, hey, that is a problem, that is huge, that is disastrous. We go back, another day we come in, we get paid at month end, there's no improvement. Come back the next year, 3 years, 4 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and then we start blaming. Blame apartheid, we've moved from that now. Some commission was established. We blame state capture, and then maybe some years down the line, we'll then blame the Ramaphosa era. We blame everything for me not coming to work today. For an entity not producing a report, we want to blame somebody. We're not saying these things do not have effects one way or the other, but we're saying people need to do what they are supposed to do, and someone needs to hold them accountable. There's no justification for entities not submitting financials. You know, only a lazy man can accept an excuse of apartheid. So I blame apartheid because I did not come to work today. I did not submit the statements that I was working on for the past financial year. And I fear that we are going to get used to hearing these things. They are going to start shocking us, and then at some point, we're just going to be okay with the fact that, okay, this is the state here. Let's take another department next. So that's the state again. Let's move on to the next one. And we don't need Honorable Plus psychologist here. We need a revolution. We don't need to be mentally trained. And the problem I have is that if we don't take decisions, and what is the framework we need to take decisions? Speedily, because if we keep blaming people in the entities and the boards and the ministers, and it becomes an endless cycle. The question is, what capacity do we have as a committee to make certain recommendations and put time frames to that? If we don't have that capacity, then what becomes our role? If anything, then the government of the day must be able to speed up the process of changing the culture in administration, or we must lay to bear to the people to change the government of the day, because one of the two has to give in. You can't have a situation where perpetually there's no accountability, and the government of the day remains. Because we're going to find ourselves in a situation where the records of history list us amongst people who are part of that government. And we're not going to have any space for justifications to the generations that will come that, no, we were there, but we were trying to fight to ensure that the right thing is done. We're just going to be listed as part of it. And I, for one, would not want to register myself with that kind of a history. I do not want to venture into a discussion about the capacity. You know, if I have one question to the AG, I've had this question to SIU, and SIU gave me a response of what is the problem. And SIU said the problem is leadership. We have a leadership problem. I said, well, I accept that. Because I think the environment is already overly regulated. So to suggest that as if people do not know, we must suggest systems they must put in place, it's just us bluffing ourselves and trying to comfort ourselves that we are doing some work to try and put in place some systems. Systems are there. You cannot regulate to restore ethical and moral conduct. It's a culture issue. It's the psychology of thinking of people in operating these institutions. So how do we deal with that? Because you can put as many policies, add them day by day. Before you know it, they confuse you. They are contradictory themselves. They are frustrating the processes. But if the ethical and the leadership in these institutions is not changed in terms of culture, we're going to find ourselves in the same problem. So there's not much to question. You know, like I say, it's a repetition of quite a lot of things. It's disastrous. And there's going to come a point where people will have to decide upon themselves what they want to do. Because as a government, we cannot really, you know, we are not the final arbiter. These institutions belong to the people, not to even us who are sitting here. So the people must ultimately take the power into their own hands and make a determination of where they want this country to go. For now, our responsibility sitting here is to try and see if we cannot salvage what is remaining, and also restore our own integrity, particularly as Africans and black in this particular instant. Because the impression that we continue to perpetrate is that we are incapable of governing a state, which is totally wrong and an offense to ourselves, you know. And there's no accountability. The ministers, these things are brought to the attention of the ministers. They don't do anything with them. The president is aware of these things. Nobody does anything about it. Not that there are no provisions to then align accordingly what these transgressions should amount to. They are, but it's just a laissez-faire kind of an attitude, very disruptive to the future of this country. So regulating is not a solution. If I have one option to you guys again is what is the problem? And I'm not saying that because I don't know it, but I'm saying the recommendations that we make are good. You know, they are very academic. We must put in systems, we must put in that. But what is the real problem? Can't be dealing with over 12 entities. All of them, we can recite them. You know, lack of consequence management, no management response, no systems, no internal audit functional systems, irregular expenditure, wasteful expenditures, you know, fruitless expenditure, and all of these things are a daily issue in all of them. So we need to confront the issues and lay to bear to the people the reality of this country so that we can salvage the situation where possible. Where not, we leave it in the hands of the people to determine their own fate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Tsano.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to colleagues and to the AG team and other stakeholders present. Yeah, no, we appreciate the presentation from the AG on the state of DOD, DMV, and Denel. Yeah, well, unfortunately, it does not paint a good picture, which is something that we are worried about. I see that the DOD has been sitting comfortably on a qualified audit opinion for 5 years, for 5 consecutive years. And the DMV, when we look at the past 5 years, the first 3 years, they were on unqualified with matters, but on the last 2 years, they are also on a qualified audit opinion. So from the AG, since we have been dealing with these departments in the past 5 years, what is the problem? Were there no audit action plans, or the audit action plans were there, it's just that they were not followed? What was happening in the past 5 years that you can have a department sitting comfortably on a qualified audit opinion and have another one regressing from an unqualified to a qualification also? What is the challenge there with regards to issues of audit action plans and so forth? Then on the DOD, there's an issue of on the compensation of employees, the overpayment of basic salaries, housing allowance, and so forth, which unfortunately contributed to an unauthorized expenditure. How does that happen in a government department? In a government department where we know how many employees do we have, which employees are at what level, which employees are getting a certain salary and stuff like that. I mean, how does it happen that employees they get overpaid and then they receive housing allowance that are more than what they are supposed to get? How does that really happen in terms of what we have discovered as the AG team there? With regards to the DMV, I think there's a slide that says that the number of confirmed military veterans added on the database per year, it says the reported achievement is not consistent with planned and reported indicator and target. Why is that the case? Because I think one of the core business of the DMV is to get all the military veterans on their database. That's their core business, and it is their basic responsibility. So how come that we find ourselves in a situation where there's no consistency in terms of the reported achievement and the planned target in terms of the reported indicator? It should be a basic thing for that particular department because it's their core business. I don't think we should be sitting here having an outcome that says there's a disjuncture, there's inconsistency with regard to that, because I think that's their core business and their basic responsibility. How does that really happen? Then there's a SARS penalty on imported goods to the tune of 46.95 million rands, which contributed to a fruitless and wasteful expenditure in 2023-2024. I just want I think more explanation about this SARS penalty, because this is a substantial amount, and if you look at the fruitless and wasteful expenditure in that particular year, I think this constitutes a substantial percentage of that fruitless and wasteful expenditure. What happened? Why did we end up getting such a penalty from SARS? Why did the department end up getting such a penalty? What happened in relation to the issue of imported goods. What is it that they were not doing correctly that ended up getting such a penalty from South African Revenue Services? I see that as we see it now, 100% of the 2022-23 fruitless and wasteful expenditure has not yet been dealt with, which is about 461.45 million rand. There's no money that has been recovered or condoned or written off. Well, same apply to irregular expenditure. So far, nothing has been dealt with. Well, I think the only thing that is reported is that there are processes that are still unfolding. Some are under investigation, some are awaiting condonment. Can I check if in the previous years, maybe in 2021, 2022, were there any consequence management regarding this? Are there any cases of money that was recovered? Since this is reported as processes that are still unfolding in terms of investigation and stuff like that, some are awaiting condonment. But when you look at the previous years, if you can take 2021, 22 as an example, was any money recovered in that year? What is the percentage of the irregular expenditure or the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was condoned or written off in 2021, 2022? Just to see if there's anything that will happen in 2022 and 2023. Then lastly, on the DOD and DMV, just to make a follow-up on the question that was raised by the chair earlier, when he said that if the Secretary of Defense is unable or unwilling to take actions against any official, and then you responded by saying that that matter should then be elevated to the minister as the political head, and I think you further did indicate that you I think did engage the minister regarding that. Well, my question is just to find out which minister specifically are we referring to? Are we referring to the current minister or one of the previous ministers? Yeah, coming to Denel, with Denel is very, very bad. With Denel is very, very bad. Maybe just two questions. I think you did indicate that the entity can't fund its turnaround strategy due to lack of funds. Because obviously to turn around the situation, you have to use the turnaround strategy. But if you can't fund, if Denel can't fund its strategy, then it's a serious problem. But I just want to understand what is the level of debts currently. Because, well, the government tried to bail out Denel with that 3.4 billion, of which I think they were able to access about 2.4 billion, and 95% of it was used to settle the historical debts and so forth. But since they are all still unable to move even now, so what is the level of debt currently? And the second question is that the other balance that they were unable to access, because I think there's a slide that indicates that they were unable to access about 900 million of the bailout due to the fact that they were unable to meet the bailout conditions. What were those? What are those bailout conditions that makes it difficult for them to be able to access the 900 million that the government has put aside to assist Denel? And the last question, which it may be an unfair question, from what one of you said, that we need to save Denel, and of which I agree. I agree with my colleagues that we need to save it. But from the AG perspective, how can we save Denel? It may be an unfair question, but I think I should ask it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosan. Sorry, Honorable.
I think there's just one thing that I would have liked to ask that I didn't ask the AG team. They said Denel received a bailout of 3.4 billion in 2022-2023 financial year. How were they given a bailout without any financials? I think that's just the question. How did they get there? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Blossom.
No, thanks, Chair. So I'm trying to gather my thoughts, Chair. I'm doing a rating between 1 to 10. So I want to see what is worse between Transnet, Denel, and SAA. And I'm not sure which one falls where. Oh, they're all on 10. Yeah. And we were arguing here, not really arguing with my fellow friend here, Skosan. I'm convinced that Denel was under the Department of Public Enterprise. But if I'm wrong, then I stand to be corrected. And if that's correct, then we know who was facilitating this proposed, what you call it, privatization. Yeah, may his soul rest in peace. So, Chair, I want to be very short on this one because I'm not going to recite what the AG has told us. By the way, thank you, AG. You, as always, you always do a phenomenal job. So it will be just reciting, Chair. I mean, the AG has told us everything. So everything that could be wrong here is wrong. I don't think that there's anything more that could go wrong with these entities. And it's bad. And Chair, maybe a question to you as well. You know, we received quite a few communications this week. I think at some point I was under the impression that the minister was supposed to be here. Or if that was not correct, maybe do we have that in the program to send when will the minister be here? Because some of these things we need to raise it directly with her. Yeah? Because another thing that is evident is that even with the recommendations of accountability, they are not being implemented. No one cares. So we then need to ask the question that there's a collapse of entities. There are recommendations for accountability. Now, when those recommendations are not being taken serious upon, then what must happen? So the minister must come and take account of that and stuff. So you called it a jungle, Chair, and I agree. You know, it's a jungle of non-compliance. Yeah. And you can see the mirror. I mean, we've been dealing with these entities. So there is really a connection between entities that have got a high levels of vacancies and a lack of leadership and their collapse. So there's a correlation there. All these entities that come and tell us that there are vacancies in their boards, they are interim, what, they are the ones that give us the most problem, including this one. 62% of SANDF commitments were unfunded, including that deployment to DRC, where we lost 2 soldiers. So we had 2 people that lost lives because of that. There was an Operation Tiba. So how do we deploy our soldiers on an unfunded program? So it's true when these people send us messages, and they tell us they are hungry and all. Our soldiers. No. Then it means this country is at risk. is addressed. That we and I was just doing some search here, Chair. I think we maybe our admin team must actually assist us with this. I saw something that this deployment was done through a Zoom meeting. This resolution to deploy our soldiers to DRC. It was the Operation Tiba. It was approved through a Zoom meeting. I want verification from that. I think our admin team must look into that and give me that confirmation. And there we deployed our people, unfunded, and our soldiers lost lives there because they were struggling. So it's just too much of a mess. Okay, maybe direct question is Chair before I move. The Proclamation 18, it's Proclamation R23 of 2020 in connection to the PPEs. So I see the AG team has written off that as resolved because SIU has taken it up. But has those people actually, has the matter been finalized in court? And why are we not naming and shaming those officials? We should be having names so that we can actually see the finality of that. And we are seeing the SIU as well. I think we should put this up to them as well, just to give us an update on that. So that, because the culture of non-compliance is because there's no consequence. So when we start seeing people going to jail, then others who then come in the system will know that this thing we frown upon is not acceptable. And then what is the status now of the leadership of these entities in terms of the vacancies in boards and everything else? How are we standing there? Are we still having vacant posts and all of that? Because that will also contribute going forward. And then, Chair, as Scopa, do we have the powers to recommend that if some of these entities are not being compliant, why do we keep giving them money? Because if we give entities money and they don't spend the money where they're supposed to be spending it, and we keep funding them, so it means we are complicit in wasting state resources. But obviously there will be an outcry to say why they're not funded and all of that. But we fund them and then they don't use the money where they're supposed to use it. Maybe we should get into a point where we're saying that we are not going to fund entities up until they are compliant with what is required. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give a chance to the AG team. So we said we would do this in batches to give them a chance to answer. So just some quick answers, Honorable Blosse. So there is a presentation from the Directorate of Priority Crimes Investigation. It's 98 pages long. They've itemized each case. The SANDF cases are there. That's in tomorrow's thing. So you'll get all of the detail there. That's why we called them in to come and give the detail together. The second thing is that, yes, absolutely, the minister must come. I think when we met in the NCOP, so the reason we're having this presentation today ahead of the minister coming is that when we considered the legacy report, you will recall we were in the NCOP building and the Defense and Military Veterans Department or Ministry stood out for possibly the least compliance with PMFA audit outcomes and so on. So that's why we're sitting here today, preparing to sit with the minister and go through all of these issues at some detail. But let me give the AG's team a chance to answer. I suppose with their statements, there's very little you can say. You'll note them, but there were some real questions asked by the members. Please respond.
Thank you, Chair. I will start and also hand over some of the questions to the team to respond to. So on the part of the comments, we've noted them, as you have indicated, Chair, so there's nothing further to say. But there was a question that was asked about the root causes for the qualifications at both DOD and DMV, noting that they are recurring. So in summary, Chair, it goes back to the issue of the audit action plans, whereby we're saying that they were either prepared very late or they were not comprehensive enough to respond to the issues. So they didn't go back and identify the real root causes for the issue so that they are able to apply corrective action. And it also links with the accounting officers as leadership to say, did they do enough then in terms of monitoring the effectiveness of those action plans to respond to the issues? So those are some of the root causes that takes us back to those qualifications. Like if you look at assets at DOD, it's been almost every year that we report the same qualification. However, the matter is not sufficiently addressed. So which means that the action plans that they were not adequate to respond to the issues. So the accounting officer then needs to do more in the current year to ensure that they turn things around. That action plan must not be done just for compliance purposes, that it's actually there to respond adequately to the issues. So that's the main root cause. Of course, coupled with the lack of consequence management, whereby then accountability for such is not there, or there's also no follow-up to ensure that the people that were responsible for submitting accurate financial statements actually account for that. So those are the two key main root causes for the recurring qualifications based on our assessment. The question about cost of employment overpayments that we are highlighting is one of the qualifications. So it's a new qualification that we reported this year on the overpayments. In the main, what caused it is that there were people that have exited the department, so as they leave, they continue to be paid, which then also affects the allowances that we're highlighting. So it's a salary, it's an allowance that continues to be paid after people exit. And in our evaluation, the reason for that, it's in the main because of the legacy systems that DOD is using. So if a person, say, was stationed in Ituja, for instance, and they leave, the process starts with manual. It's a manual process. So certain documentations must be signed at that level, and they must move up until to head office to ensure that that is actually processed within the system. So the manual systems do contribute to the internal control weaknesses that you are noting, which also has an impact on this overpayment. Then moving on to the question about the database at military veterans, whereby we are saying that their report was not consistent with what was planned. So Chairperson, when the department planned for this indicator, they indicated that they want to report on the annual achievement as well as a cumulative achievement. So they want to measure themselves on the number of people that were verified and added onto the database, but also reflect to say, if the number last year was 1,000, we want to also reflect to say how many people have now been verified and are included in the database. So what happened is that when they eventually reported at the end of the year, they only reflected on the annual target to say how many people were verified, but without then also reflecting on the cumulative achievements over the years for that particular indicator around the database. The question around the fruitless and wasteful expenditure emanating from a SARS penalty. So what happened here is that the department procured certain equipment, specialized equipment through their procurement agent AMSCO. And when this equipment was supposed to be delivered, it was not delivered to the initial point of entry that was indicated by the department. It was then delivered in another or different point of entry than the one that was indicated initially. So as a result, the department was then, or SARS then imposed a penalty on the department, and that's the amount then that is reflected as fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was paid by the department for changing those point of entries for the delivery of the goods. When it comes to consequence management, Chairperson, we've highlighted the concerns that we have around consequence management in relation to irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. So the question was around prior years to say, have we seen any recoveries being made in regards to irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure? Chairperson, at a high level, I would say that we haven't. There might be small amounts there and there, but we have been reporting this issue of consequence management for a number of years. And in the main, the root cause is really around investigations not being done on time to identify who is responsible and also to make those recoveries. And part of the reason for prolonged investigations is because in defense environment, as I indicated earlier, you have the secretariat and the military. So in the military, they follow a certain process whereby they conduct what they call board of inquiries. So whenever there's an instance of irregularity, a board of inquiry must be convened. And our observation is that these boards of inquiries, they take a very long time to be concluded. And sometimes you find that people have even exited the department by the time that they finalize the investigation. So it's one of the areas that we've highlighted to say that investigations must be done swiftly and then get to the point of identifying responsible officials to ensure that monies can be recovered. So we have not seen much in terms of recoveries taking place against people that were liable for the irregularities. Then the question around the minister, to say that which minister have we engaged on the challenges that we are noting regarding the accounting officer as well as the chief SNDF having to work together to deal with the irregularities. It was initially the previous minister, and we wrote a letter as well in this regard to the minister. With the current minister, we have met with her as well. And this matter is also part of the presentation that was made to her. But I wouldn't say that we specifically wrote a letter as we've done with the previous minister, but the matter was highlighted to her as well to say there is this challenge and there's a need for intervention on the part of the minister to ensure that consequence management does take place within defense, noting the challenges that we've highlighted. I will skip the Denel questions. My colleagues will touch on those. I think the next question was on the issue of proclamation around the investigation of the PPEs by the SIU and the fact that we finalized the material irregularity that we had raised around the procurement of the PPEs. So yes, SIU investigated the contracts relating to PPE. There were a number of them within defense. And after the investigation was finalized, they gave referrals. Some of the referrals were for disciplinary actions, others were for the matters to be reported to the NPA. So all of these matters, yes, are currently in court. Some are done through the military court, others within the civilian courts. So on our side, that's what we wanted with this MI. We wanted that consequences must take place. So the fact that the officials involved are now are now within the courts of law, and the matters are taking place within the courts, and that's why we have decided that from our side we will not follow through on the matter, but the issues are being ventilated in the court. So we're satisfied that there is process or progress that has been made in terms of consequence management for these matters. Hence, from the MI perspective, we decided to conclude on the matter. I think the last question was on the vacancies for all the entities. So, Chairperson, as we highlighted, we are concerned about vacancies, especially at senior management level, especially at DMV, because it has caused some instability within the department because those have been open for a number of years, and currently also the issues of acting appointments. The DG is in an acting capacity. Also at DOD, as I indicated, Secretary for Defense is acting for almost 2 years now, and so is the CFO. And they do impact on the entities really applying the right responses and corrective actions to the audit findings that you're raising. So they remain open, but the colleagues can also confirm if Denel does have those challenges. But on the side of DOD and DMV, we can confirm that the vacancies are still there, the positions are not filled, and it's something that we've raised also with the minister, and she committed to take action to deal with those vacancies at DOD and DMV. Thanks, Chair. I will hand over to the team to just talk to Denel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbali. Thank you, Chair, and honorable members for the questions. In terms of Denel, there was a question from Honorable Skosana around what is the level of debt. Honorable member, we may give you wrong information because the audited comment that we're presenting is for the year ended 31 March 2023. It has been over 18 months since then. So there is an outstanding set of financial statements that will give us reliable information in terms of what is the level of debt as at end of March 2024. So this info is very old. But based on that old information, March 2023, Denel owed 7.6 billion rand, according to their own financial statements. But remember, we've disclaimed these numbers. We said they don't make sense, they're not backed by information, right? But based on what they reported, 7.6 billion rand, and that was mostly made up of trade and other payables. This is what they owe to their suppliers. 1.3 billion rand is contract liabilities, the obligation to deliver on contracts that they've entered into with suppliers, and also about 2.3 billion rand of advance payments. Advance payments is money that they received from customers that they need to deliver on. So when they say, build this thing for me, and the Denel say, give me money up front, they've got money that they've received upfront from suppliers, which they are unable, they need to, they expect to deliver against. So those are some of the things that we say they need to then provide the latest financial statements that will give us, as of end of this current year, financial year, what is the status. In terms of what are the bailout conditions that could not be met, the major one was with regard to the disposal of non-core assets. So when the 3.4 billion rand was entered into, there was a submission from between Denel, DPE, and also the National Treasury that said, what should be the conditions? And Denel identified assets that said, these are non-core assets, I can make money, I can dispose of them. And the reason for that was because 3.4 billion rand was not enough to fund what Denel needed to fund their turnaround strategy. But Treasury said, you need to do something to be able to fund money, to fund money somewhere. Then Denel said, I can get 1.8 billion rand somewhere. Give me 3.4 billion rand. The 1.8 billion rand, 900 million was from the dissolution of the employees' medical benefit trust, which they managed to get 900 million rand for that. And the other one was for the disposal of non-core assets. That was the problem one, because the identification of non-core assets, it appeared as if DOD was not fully aligned to what is non-core for prime mission equipment. Because some of those assets, DOD came later and said, you can't dispose of this asset that you've identified to be non-core asset. It is core to my prime mission. So then it meant that Denel cannot sell those assets. That's why now they're entering back on negotiations with the DPE and the National Treasury to revise the conditions. We don't know what is the status of that currently. Denel can, and the National Treasury can give us the status of that. That is the main condition. And also there was a question around the vacancies. I think it was from Honorable Blosse. From an audit point of view, we were worried about two elements. It was the vacancies at executive positions, Israel management, and vacancies at senior management level. Senior management level, we're talking about the CEOs of the divisions of Denel and the CFOs. And mostly there are vacant positions there, and there are also those who are CFOs, they are nearing retirement. So the element of a succession planning We need the board to start working on that because most of them, they will be retiring very soon and it will be catastrophic if they're not replaced by people who've got knowledge of the entity and they've got adequate skills. At the executive level, we have noted that post-year and they've appointed a CEO, group CEO in Feb this year. They've appointed a CFO, can't remember, was it August or this year? July this year, they appointed CFO, and just before then, they appointed the chief audit executive. So we have noted that at the group executive level, they've subsequently filled the positions, but they need to deal with the second layer of senior management. And then Honorable Tsano also asked the difficult question, how can Denel be saved? The difficult one, but the attempt from our side, the recommendation that we have made is to say, the government has already adopted a turnaround strategy. So we do not have a view on whether the turnaround strategy is effective or not, but we understand that those with knowledge of the environment have decided that these are the initiatives that we need to implement to be able to turn around this entity. First thing is that they need to be implementation of the turnaround strategy. We should not be a government of strategies that do not get implemented. That's why initially on my opening remarks, Chair, I spoke about accountability for turning around the entity. So the board then needs to be held accountable. My colleague, when she was presenting, she made reference to slow progress in implementing the turnaround strategy because when you look at the milestones that were defined, most of them are behind. So then there needs to be a question of why are these milestones behind? What is the impact of them being behind and who needs to be held accountable? And then lastly, government needs to not just leave this to be a problem of the Denel board. Yes, according to the Companies Act and also according to the PFMA, the body is the accounting authority of the entity. But this accounting authority is running an institution on behalf of the public, with government being the representative shareholder of the public on that entity. So government as the shareholder representative need to make sure that the solutions to Denel are not left only to the board of Denel. They need to be part and parcel of that process. Thank you, Chair. I think I will address the questions on Denel. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the honorable members a chance, and I'm sorry, Honorable Dagmar, when I was going through the list, I skipped your name. It wasn't personal, it's because of where you are sitting. So I'll give you a chance also as we go through. I just wanted to say, Honorable Blossa, you mentioned the incident in the DRC. We actually had an even more serious incident on the 20th of September 2023. We lost 7 service members in Simonstown. I've looked at the report by the Chief of the Navy. Although no one is found culpable, they spend about 70% of the report complaining about lack of funding, in essence, which speaks to the loss of currency that the Auditor General was referring to. Effectively, the statement says if they had received the C hours they need, they would have been able to make it out of the incident. So anyway, so this is why these matters are serious. We're not, and we have to attend to them with urgency, because in the defense environment, when there's this kind of problems, people die. It's not something that we must trifle with. Honorable Neil May, it's your turn. So we'll go up to Honorable Nondenja, and then we take the 3 honorable members thereafter, and then we. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. And Chair, I think knowing is better than not knowing, because unless you know what the situation is, one cannot deal with it. Chair, I think one of the areas that we keep seeing is this culture trend of non-compliance. We see it in all the entities, we see it across the board, we see it even through our legislatures, municipalities. There seems to be this trend and culture of non-compliance. And then coming back to no consequential management. Now, obviously, it's difficult in the military because they have their own systems. What I have observed was what I want to say, and Chair, it's very difficult to come in the middle because some of the questions have been asked before. But I think one of the areas is obviously supply chain management systems that are not adhered to, credibility issues. Coming through to the Defense, Department of Defense, from top secret reports, I'm wondering if Scopa can't have a session in camera whereby we can look at some areas. I'm not sure from a legislative point of view if that is allowed. Another area is the fruitful and wasteful expenditure of the pilots that were supposed to attend a training. I think that was R1 million, if I saw in the report, the attached report, that was from fruitful and wasteful expenditure. And the other thing is the buildings that belong to Department of Defense, Denel, what is their relationship between those buildings and Public Works? Are they still part of Public Works, or are they fully and totally the ownership being Defense? Coming back to some of the other questions that I have is what is folio 2 funding allocation? Government folio 2 funding allocation had to be used with regards that they did not go to that funding when there was the inability and timely to finalize repairs and maintenance. I was checking on that line, you know, with no proper planning. There are some other questions that I wanted to check. Did you, by any chance, in the financials, see how much money was owed by the UN reimbursement? You know, obviously, we are working in through our SADC, responsibilities and the mission with the peace and security of the SADC region. There is a reimbursement that comes from the UN, and that is another area I was checking. I didn't hear any of that. The other area was at 560 million to hire private aircraft. And that is the aircraft that is being used to ferry our soldiers to the DRC or to wherever, or is it part of the fleet for government and maybe even from the president? The loss of skills, I think I saw in the dockyard. Coming to, I want to just make sure, there's something positive that I did pick up from your side as the AG and wanted to say the AG's positive interventions is the prevented loss of 477.41 million. I think that must be noted. And you are in the process of recovering another 11 million. And I think that is really something that we must appreciate. Denel must be saved. That is something that I'm looking at. You know, at one stage, it had inherited Arms Corps production, and it was a research facility with over 15,000 employees. And one looks at the unemployment rate, what an entity like that could have done, you know, with their sort of errors, you know, all the aspects that they were dealing with at that time. It's the skills that our youth could have been going into, and maybe something for the future that if we are able to restructure Denel, it would be an area that we could bring the automotive, the aerostructures, the electro-optics, the ammunitions, you know, so those are areas that can be used to alleviate the poverty of those students that have that technical ability. There are some things that I didn't see in the Denel report, and that does Denel still have equity partners with international companies? That was something that I wanted to check. And our intellectual property, there's a value to our intellectual property. Do we still have our intellectual property in Denel? I mean, we were the first to be able to produce quite a lot of the arms that, you know, the guns, those big guns that are there. And that is what I wanted to check. Another area on the Denel area is in 2020, they were basically insolvent and they received a bailout. Yet they delivered 245 million worth of weapons to Angola, France, Philippines, Thailand, and the UAE. And that was in 2022. Is that shown? Well, we don't see the figures, but somewhere that must be shown, because in 2021, 3.3 billion worth of military hardware was exported. So obviously that would also be somewhere in the books. Hopefully we will see where that comes in. Do we know, as in like we found out in SAA, that there was money in different countries still owing? How much money do you know of that is held in foreign countries owing to Denel? The other area is the contracts. You know, looking at some of the contracts from even the Zondo Commission mentioned, and some of these contracts were for 10 years, VR laser, and I'm trying to check if any of those have been cancelled, changed, because those contracts were for 10 years. And if you look at when that came about in 2015 and later, are we still paying in some way for those contracts and other contracts that we have? I think that was on the Denel. The last thing is the underspending of the Department of Military Veterans. I noticed that in the budget, the midterm budget, that they have consistently been underspending for the Department of Military Veterans, and that to me is a worrying trend. Lastly, the board remuneration. So through all this phase, and when they became insolvent, is the board still receiving remuneration? And is there any figures that go with the remuneration? Thanks. Oh, this cybersecurity. That is one of the areas, Chair, that I think we've picked up and looked at. In this industry, from the military to Denel, that is a very worrying aspect that we need to keep our finger on the pulse. That if you're saying that the IT systems at Denel are antiquated, and it worries me that maybe at some stage some of our information could be leaked, stolen, and I think that is an area that we really need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Neil May. Honorable Pila.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I'm covered for now.
Thank you. Honorable Maduna, welcome. Good to see you.
No, thanks, Chair. I might have been late, but I went through the presentation last night. Good morning, good day, Chair, the committee members, AG, and our other colleagues. As well as always, I will be very short. I will try to cluster my questions to the AG, perhaps start about the departments first, and then just a few ones on Denel. Perhaps on the departments, when you were looking at this financial, looking at the attitude of leadership of these departments, or TOV and the military veterans, DOD and the military veterans, what is their attitude? Huh? Oh, for the camera. For the
Camera.
No, I'm audible. I'm. Huh? Oh, okay. I think that's one, right? Secondly, so what is the attitude of the departments in relation to the recommendations that would have been made previously in terms of obviously correcting those significant findings. That's one. On internal controls, what's your overall view on the department's overall environmental control environment effectiveness of the internal controls, and also with the significant control deficiencies that you would have identified or material weaknesses, are they as a result of human control deficiencies or systems? I ask that because it becomes very difficult to address when it's human related control deficiencies. Yeah, I think I would have asked around the attitude of the leadership in these departments. They are, perhaps if you look at their general risk management processes, would you say that there's a general disregard for, especially in relation to compliance and just governance processes as a whole, or perhaps this happened but it's not deliberate? And perhaps also the urgentness of addressing some of these issues, are they urgent that they must be addressed or not? Given that they've been late and they've not submitted for 1 or 2 financial years, their performance information system, how accurate is it, and do you find it reliable, and most importantly, is it in line with their mandate, which obviously it would usually include the legislated objectives and or targets. So I just wanted to check that, so that we check, are they, well, if we are saying that they got this particular percentage in their performance, are they, what they are doing, is it even, does it have impact, or is it in line with their mandate? Also, I think it goes to check that just their general performance metrics and targets. Chair, I think lastly, I think you would have spoken around the IT. It's just that now I don't remember whether it was in relation to Denel or the departments. I just want to check in terms of the IT and the data management infrastructure and the systems that they have in place, are they adequate? Also the IT related controls, what's your view on that? Yeah, and then I think that's on departments. On Denel, I just wanted to check, given that you raise the going concern questions related to Denel in your report sharply, I just want to check their financial performance. Has it not been perhaps affected by the decline in the global defense spending? That's one. Just your view. How best are they managing? How adequate are they managing their working capital? Are they obviously with its requirements? Given the state that they are in, are they collecting their receivables, such things as receivable, timelessly and so on? And then I think on operational stability, I saw that you would have mentioned that they have a turnaround plan that they are implementing. So I just wanted to perhaps check a few things on the turnaround that they are including according to your view. Is the plan detailed enough or convincing enough that it will be able to turn around the situation at Denel? And I think you would have spoken about the issues around the leadership to address issues around the governance, obviously irregular expenditure and so on. And I think around this issue, I was going to check as well. Are there any, when you look at the commitments that they have, or strategy, do they have any strategic partnership or collaborations that would help them to ensure that they improve their financial position currently? I think as I'm about to learn, Chair, I think it would be the last question. I think in relation to external factors as part of your audit, what would be your view? Do you think that Denel had been impacted by our generally about our South African economic challenges or and currency volatility, or it's just all the challenges that they are facing are in relation to their lack of adequate controls, risk management, and governance processes? I think basically, Chair, that was that. But I think, Chair, as well, the last question that I would have just written on the side while I was here, in relation to with what Honorable Neil is saying, there are people, I think there was an issue around irregular expenditure where people were registered and did not attend the course. I just wanted to check if they recovered that money, because it's very simple. You simply recover that money. It does not need any investigation and stuff. And the penalties to SARS, what are the root causes in relation to it? Is it because they do not have money to pay their SARS debt, or there's somehow where they are controls deficiencies? And there was another one I would have wanted to speak on, because I believe that person, if a person costs you so much penalties, is sitting at home and owing the institution. Now, I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maduna. Honorable Nontenja.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the AG's team for the comprehensive presentation. My first question is on the internal unit, on internal audit unit of DMV. You are saying they've remained inadequately resourced and ineffective. I would like to know what resource is missing there. What do you mean about that, considering the important role that should be played by that unit in the whole picture? So I would like to know what are you referring to? When it comes to Denel, we all would love to see that entity being rescued and being profitable, because it has that potential of standing on its own. But I would love to know, in your opinion, what needs to be done to get Denel on its feet again, considering that it's been getting years of disclaimers. And my second question on Denel is to say, in your opinion, would you say the board of the entity is got the capacity that it should have, or the problem lies there with the board? My last one is, we are looking at a number of repeat findings, lack of consequence management year in and year out. I would love to know, at what point does the extended powers of the AG's office start kicking in, or have they kicked in this instance of the department and the entities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to the so it's going to be the three of you next, and then we're done. Or must you go somewhere? No, I'm talking to Honorable Dagmo. You're fine. Okay, thank you. Let me hand over to the AG team.
Thank you, Chair. We'll start with the questions on Denel, and on those ones, I'll also divide them with my colleague staff. There were few questions that came from Honorable Nelme. Oh, let me start by apologizing. We missed the question first time from Honorable Kubeka in terms of how did the Denel get the bailout without the financials. I think the National Treasury will be the most appropriate to provide that because it's a decision that was made during the time when we had paused the audit. So in terms of what were the submissions that were made to National Treasury during that time, they're the ones who can be able to give a reliable answer on what did they base the decision on. Okay, there were a few questions from Honorable Nilme. Question around the relationship between the buildings owned by DOD, Denel, and the DPW. Denel buildings, they are owned by Denel. They've got a division called Denel Properties that owns and manages their buildings. So that specifically, the DPW is not involved there. Equity partners, staff can help me on this one when she takes over, but we are aware of at least one that is still there, which is they call it an associate. That's where Denel invested the money in the company, but the investment is not big enough to be a subsidiary. So they don't control the entity, but they've got investment there. So those, one of them is Ensold. It's one of those that they needed to have sold, dispose part of the non-core asset, which DOD said, no, you can't dispose of that one. Staff can just add if there are other associates, but there is no company that is owning Denel together with government. The Denel is 100% owned by government, but there was a company that Denel has got investment in. And that's how Denel actually was formed. Denel was formed by amalgamation of a lot of private entities that were in the defense space, which they bought shares into. Do we still have the intellectual property? We note that there are investigations that are still ongoing with the SIU, specifically stemming from the allegation that came from the State Capture Commission inquiry. And we'll be able to get a reliable outcome, factual evidence out of that investigation around intellectual property. From an audit point of view, it's difficult to be able to say this IP was stolen, because you only see it if they are unable not to produce a particular aspect product, because now they no longer have the ability to do so. And then also export or military sales. The sales, Denel is still operational. They are still servicing some of their customers, both locally and internationally, but their ability to do so has been limited. So so they still have reported some revenue from the sales. But you'll remember when a particular missile gets delivered in 2024, the revenue for that missile may have been recognized in the previous years, because they apply what we call stage of completion accounting. So as they're busy developing a particular product, as at year end, they determine how far am I on this product, let me recognize that revenue. So you won't see the billions of the exports in 1 year financial statement. Some of them would have been earned in the previous years as they were busy with the development of that particular product. Do they have money locked in foreign currencies? Stuff, maybe you can just confirm that one for me. Take note of that one. VR laser contract is no longer effective. VR laser, we understand it was liquidated. So that contract is no longer effective. And is the board earning remuneration? Maybe staff will answer that one based on the financial statement that we have audited. From Honorable Maduna, the impact of decline in global defense spending and also local economic challenges. When we were assessing the Denel decline in performance, we did not extend it to the impact of macroeconomic and microeconomic factors. We were focused on internal weaknesses because those were glaring. So before we can even go out and say, what else has impacted you, we need to say, let's first fix internal issues. Then we'll say, now then to stabilize, what are the economic factors that you must also take in as you are performing. For now, we focus on, let's highlight the glaring internal weaknesses that are causing them to be able to underperform. And then also, is Denel managing their working capital management effectively? I'm going to ask my staff, my colleague staff, to just take note of that one and see, is there anything that we noted from an audit point of view that we have put as a weakness? If there's nothing, that unfortunately maybe we won't be able to answer that one. But and then, is the turnaround plan appropriate? It's a very difficult question for an auditor to answer. And I will say that because as when a turnaround plan is developed, We appreciate that there are defense experts that gets consulted and the Denel management and the board that gets consulted that understand more the internal intricacies of Denel better than the auditors. But we are then saying, from a process point of view, you have got a strategy that has been developed and has been adopted by the shareholder and been noted by cabinet. That means there must be ownership of that and it must be implemented. Whether it's going to be appropriate and effective in turning around the entity remains to be seen. The proof of the pudding will be in the eating. Yeah, but yeah, yes. And are there any strategic partnership that would help Denel? I'm not sure. We have not really looked at it from that point as auditors. So that's a question that maybe we'll be able to answer in terms of do they need to enter into strategic partnerships. Honorable Non-Danger asked the question, what needs to be done? I think partially I answered that when we were talking about implementation of the turnaround plan. Earlier on, we also talked about the support to the board in terms of if government makes a decision, can that decision be implemented as far as soon as possible? The decision here we're talking about the funding of Denel. The government made a decision to fund Denel, 3.4 billion rand. Yes, 900 million rand, they couldn't access it because of the limited ability to meet the conditions. But it has been over a year since they identified that we cannot meet the conditions. Turnaround time in terms of deciding. Therefore, now that you can't meet this condition, what should be done? It cannot be left to perpetuate that there's no answer in terms of the access to the remaining funds. If the answer is no, let it be known that you will never access these funds. Go somewhere and look for the funds. And also, another thing which we need to highlight, and my colleague staff, as she was presenting, she highlighted this one in terms of Denel asked for money to turn around the entity. And we're saying a lot of that money was spent on historical debt. And then there's a question of, now the board, you need to go and design an alternative funding source now to say, government gave you money to turn around the entity, use the money for something else, where are you going to get the money to turn around the entity now? And that is the answer that's still outstanding. And that now is when we talk about accountability on the board needs to give that answer. At what point does the AG powers come in? This one, I understand, Honorable Ntenjai, it was affecting both Denel and also the DOD. From a Denel point of view, there are three things that I just want to highlight. The first thing is that if you look at the irregularities that got us where we are right now, most of them are issues that have been dealt with through the State Commission of Inquiry. And then we have noted that most of those material ones that we could have followed them up, they are already being dealt with by the other local enforcement agencies. In our report, we note a few of them at the end of the report, which says these are the matters that SIU is already investigating. So we do not want to duplicate that effort. And also noting that their historical nature may be out of the current audit scope. So we are happy that another public body is currently already dealing with them. Then there's already current matters where the current board will say they've done something wrong. In those ones, we have not identified any material irregularity that we need to highlight. We continue assessing the matters that we've reported to see whether they're material irregularities. However, lastly, another aspect that we need to highlight is that from strategic aspiration point of view at the AGSA, we say we want to use two levers to drive accountability in public service or to drive the right culture. The first one is influence, which we say we find irregularities, we find something that are wrong, weaknesses, and we use those to influence the board and other role players to do that, to act right. Only when they fail to act right, then we come with enforcement. That's where the material irregularities, the new powers come in. And we have noted that while we are assessing the issues that or weaknesses that we have reported in Denel, whether they are material irregularities, we have given them opportunity through the influence point of view for them to start acting right. I hope that addresses. Let me hand over to staff to answer the remaining questions. Thank you.
Sorry?
Chair, I have a question that's not answered.
Please, go ahead.
Asked about the capacity of the board
Yes,
of,
yes.
of the entity.
Thank
Because
you.
if that board is shaky, this entity is not going to go anywhere because they are the implementers
Yeah.
at the end.
So My apologies about that, Honorable Nontanja, and that it is one of the questions that I have on my list here. In terms of the capacity, it's two things, right? There's whether there are vacancies and also whether there are capabilities. Then currently the board, I think, is fully capacity currently. There are no vacancies on the board. But in terms of their fit and proper, that's an assessment that we haven't done at the audit in terms of whether this board is fit and proper for the job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. To answer the questions that were passed to me, the first was on the equity partners. The one that we are aware of is the investment in Hensoldt. That's the only one that we know of at the moment. And the foreign money owed or owing to Denel. Yes, in the financial statement for all 3 years, they recorded certain figures of the amount owing and owed to Denel. This is both on the debtors and on the creditors. However, because we disclaimed the financial statement, we disclaimed it on the basis, particularly on these two accounts, on the trade debtors and the trade liabilities, or rather trade debtors, trade creditors. We disclaimed it on the accounts that neither the foreign creditors or foreign debtors were able to give us a confirmation that indeed they owed Denel based on the information that they provided to us. And on some divisions, we were also not even able to get the proper list that supports the results that is in the financial statements for both the foreign debtors or foreign creditors. So those monies either owed or owing to Denel, we could not confirm. And maybe also to touch base on the same issues of the foreign money, even on the bank accounts as well, the foreign bank accounts, the figures of the foreign bank accounts that they had recorded in the financial statements, we were also not able to confirm because we could not get the bank confirmations from those particular banks. And the third question was on the board remuneration, whether the board is being remunerated. Yes, indeed, the board has been remunerated, and the financials, I quote directly from the Fs. 2023, the board got 2.5 million. 2022 got 2 million, and then in 2021, they got 832 million. And 800,000, my apologies. I'm glad you corrected me there. And the last question on the management of capital, I will talk both to the trade debtors, inventories, and trade creditors. Again, the issue particularly at Denel was on the provision of the information. So at the debtors level, we were unable to confirm neither of the balances. But if we were to take the figures as they were sitting in the financial statements, the debtors were long outstanding. So they had quite significant debtors that are long outstanding, more than either 90 days and more. And same as well for creditors. And I mean, even to touch on creditors, on the fact that they had to be given bailout money to pay the legacy debtors. So the creditors are long outstanding in terms of the aging. And then on inventories, we were also very much limited there based on two aspects. On the system aspects, because most of their inventory is going through a automation inventory management system. And because of the status of their IT information and their IT systems, they were not able to give us credible information to support the inventory and the results that is being produced by the inventory management system and reported in the financial statements. And on additions to the specifics on the inventory, there were inventories that was sitting in the foreign countries that we could not get the supporting evidence to the existence thereof or accuracy of those figures. So the entire working capital management, we could not confirm due to the fact that on all three spheres, we were limited. Thank you.
Thank you. You all done? Okay. Okay. No, I thought you were handing over to your colleague. No.
Chair will respond now to the questions on the department.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So let me start also, and I'll hand over some of the questions to the colleagues. The first question was around the training that was supposed to be attended by the officials of DOD, which resulted in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And from the audit process, what we gathered is that the authorization for them to travel outside the country was not given on time, and that is why they couldn't travel. But what is required now is that the accounting officer must do a preliminary investigation into that to find out why then maybe did they book for the traveling before they got the authorization to travel, because that's what led to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So far, no money has been recovered from anyone, and we'll be following up on this matter in the current audit to see then what has happened. Was the preliminary investigation done to find out who is responsible for purposes of recovery? Then in relation to the question around the unoccupied leases, and whether DPW is owning the properties in this regard. So those, yes, they were sourced through DPWI, so it's not properties of Department of Defense. Department of Defense does have their own properties, but in this case, the matter that we're highlighting, it was a lease that is sourced through the DPWI, and at the time, the premises were not occupied, and then they incurred that fruitless of 108 million, which resulted in a material irregularity that we issued to the department. On the next question about folio 2 funding. So folio 2 funding refers to the money that is allocated to the special defense account. As you will know that defense acquires a multi-year projects, for instance, if they need certain prime mission equipment that is developed over the years. So that money is allocated to what is called a folio 2. So folio 2 is for special defense account. It's mainly projects that they acquire through ARMSCO because they are of a specialized nature. So what we're reflecting on in our insights is that part of the problem regarding the maintenance of prime mission equipment is that DOD is not utilizing that folio 2 or special defense account allocations effectively, in that if you allocate the money to the special defense account, you know that you have sufficient funding over the multi-years to support the maintenance of the prime mission equipment. There may be reasons for that, as we know that over the years that allocation to the special defense account has reduced, but in this case it was identified that DOD could have handled it better to ensure that there is a money available. Say, for instance, if there's a need for an overhaul of a ship, for instance, they know that in year 2025 there will be a requirement of this nature, and therefore funding should be available for that overhaul. In terms of the money owed by the UN and the reimbursement, Chair, I know that there was only 42% recovered from the UN outside of what was owed, but my colleague will just give the actual rand amount that DOD actually obtained from the UN. Then in terms of the question around the chartering, because we reflected also around the planes that were chartered by DOD because they didn't have their own planes available on time. So Chairperson, on that one, we don't have the categorization to say how much was spent on their normal activities versus chartering for the president. So we don't have the allocation in terms of that. But all we know is that they spent so much because at the time when they needed the planes, they were not available due to serviceability challenges. I move on then to other questions from Honorable Maduna to say that what is the attitude of leadership as we issue them with recommendations year after year. All I can say is that in both departments, we have received commitments from the accounting officers to say that indeed AGSA, we've heard you and we are going to implement recommendations, because once we finalize the audit process, we then write to the accounting officers and say these were the recommendations, the main recommendations from our audit process, and we need confirmation from them to accept those as commitments. And they have indeed signed off on those to indicate that they are in agreement and they will implement those as commitments for the year. But as we reflect on 23-24, those commitments were not then adequately implemented to address the issues. The effectiveness of the internal control environment, we've highlighted that the control environment is weak in both departments, and that is why they are not able to prevent misstatements in the financial statements, performance reporting, and also prevent non-compliance with legislation. Is it human or is it systems? I would say it's both, because the systems in both entities, if I reflect on DOD, the systems are quite old. So they are not able to really prevent some of the misstatements that we identify or some of the weaknesses that we are noting. So on the systems, they really need to move away from those legacy systems to the systems that are working effectively. Human deficiencies, we have identified also that some people are not properly trained to deal with some of the processes. For instance, when it comes to supply chain management, it is handled by the environment that is in the military space. So those people, they move from time to time because it is required in the nature of the environment that they must rotate. So as they rotate, they move in new people that do not have the skill to deal with all the legislation around procurement and contract management. So that result then in what we can call human-related deficiencies. So those are also present in the environment. I would say the same applies to the DMV in that when we gave insights on the database, we indicated that they don't have the preventative controls to ensure that only authorized people are making changes to that database, so which is also a concern in terms of then the credibility of the names that are in that database. In terms of risk management, the question about is there a disregard for adherence to the internal controls, linking to the previous response, I would say yes, there is a disregard because it's not in all instances that people do not know what needs to be done. But the main issue is then how do we respond to those? How are the departments making sure that they are accountable so that in future they will then apply the necessary processes? And yes, there's an urgent need to address those if we want to prevent further irregularities in future. When it comes to performance information that is reported by both departments, we have highlighted findings around, especially on the DMV side, there were a number of findings that we highlighted whereby what they reported was perhaps not aligned to what was planned, or what was reported did not talk to supporting evidence that was provided to us. But having said that, their performance was still aligned to their mandates. So the targets indicators in the planning documents as well as the annual reporting, they are fully aligned to their mandates. We didn't find anything that was outside of the mandates. On the question of the internal IT environment and general controls for the two departments, what I can say is that with defense in particular, we have noted some progress in this year in them trying to respond to some of the general control issues that we've identified in the past. However, there are still deficiencies that we are picking up that needs to be strengthened, especially when it comes to user access management and also cyber-related issues. Then the question about the root cause for the SARS penalty, the department has disclosed this as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So we will follow up on that to say, has the accounting officer gotten to the bottom of it? But from what we could see on the surface when he did the audit was in the main, the process around changing the point of entry for delivery of the goods was the main one that resulted in that penalty. However, there's more that needs to be done to unpack the real root cause that led to that, and then the accounting officer must take the necessary actions after that process has unfolded. I will ask Uviwe, who deals with DMV, to also talk to the issues around internal audit at the DMV. At a high level, what I can say is that the capacitation of internal audit at DMV has been an issue that we've raised over a number of years. It emanates from the structure of that department. So since inception, the structure has been under review, the human resource structure of the department, to see if it's serving that department properly. And up until this point, that process has not been finalized. And one of the units that is affected is internal audit, because when the structure was done, it did not ensure that there's sufficient warm bodies that really supports the unit so that it can be able to conduct enough audits annually and provide recommendations to the accounting officer. But Uvio can talk more about maybe why they were not effective in the year under review. But there is a challenge with capacitation. In the past, they've also used consultants to then capacitate the internal audit unit. Let me ask Edward to just talk to that question around the UN reimbursement. Maybe just give us the exact amounts that were owed and what was paid to the DOD. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Tsotsi, through you, Chair, maybe just to respond to that item. It's in the briefing note, but it's also on page 61 of the annual report. There's a breakdown included there. It indicates the UN reimbursement to a value of 232.4 million was received in 23-24 out of a recognized 555.8 million. So it's broken down in that note and part of the performance information. I think in terms of the classification, also in note 11.3 on page 277 of the annual report, there's some of the elements detailed also in the receivables note to the financials. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. From my side, I will give more details in terms of the capacity constraints for the DMV internal audit. As Ms. Totseti has mentioned, the organizational structure of the department was not adequately resourcing the internal audit of the department, because if you look at the organizational structure, it has 4 positions, which is the Director for Internal Audit, the Deputy Director for Internal Audit, Deputy Director for Risk, and then an Admin Assistant. And in the current year, there is an appointed Director Internal Audit, but she is currently on suspension. And as at 31 March 2024, she was on suspension for a period of 6 months. And at this point as well, she's still on suspension. And then in terms of the Deputy Director Risk, the department was making use of an external person to be the chair for the risk, and the person's term came to an end, and there was no then appointed person. So that post was then also vacant. And also then the post for the Deputy Director Internal Audit, there was someone that is appointed currently, but he was moved to assist in other areas. So there was then no one left within the internal audit unit, which means that it was just the admin assistants that was left in the internal audit unit. And there was also then no outsourced service provider that was then assisting the department in the 2023-24 financial year. So basically, there was no internal audit that is there to perform the work. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Chair. I just want to check. Maybe you might not know the contents, but generally, how long has the Director of Internal Audit been suspended for?
As at 31 March, it was 6 months. So if we add from March to now, that will be the period.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, it's more than a year, basically. Okay, Honorable Beasley, and then Honorable Dugmore, Honorable Beck, and Honorable Atkinson.
Thanks, Judge. So just a couple of comments before. I mean, you referred to it as a jungle, and Honourable Blaus also said a jungle. I'd say it's a horror show. And I think that we touched on it, but there's huge consequences for this horror show, and I think lives are lost. And I think the sad thing is it's people who are prepared to defend our country are losing their lives. And I think that is really sad. The same with our police force. And I think as parliamentarians, it rests on us, and I think we need to take serious cognizance of that. I mean, our sovereignty of our country is at stake. I mean, if we were invaded by Mauritius, and the reason why I use Mauritius is because they don't have an army. They would probably win, you know, and it's sad. And then lastly, the illicit trade. I mean, we're reading about it all the time, the amount of drugs that is flowing into this country. And it's killing people across all lines. You know, wealthy people, the poorest of the poor, are getting affected by drugs, and it's decimating our country at the moment. And so there are huge consequences to this horror show. And I think in terms of consequence management, my big concern is when I see consequence management going round and round in circles, is the person who's meant to be doing the consequence management has generally got skeletons in their own cupboard. So that's why consequence management just can't happen, and it just goes round and round in circles. But again, it comes back to Parliament and Parliament failing. If you have a look at that, the department has had 5 qualified audit reports in the last 5 years. The 6th Parliament has failed. And if we sit here as the 7th Parliament, and this is repeated in the next 5 years, we've failed too. So it's all on us, you know, and particularly the guys in part of the GNU. One of the pillars is building a capable state. If in 2 years' time the department has a clean audit report, I'll take you all guys for coffee, and I'll say well done, because I think it's an imperative. I don't drink, so coffee, yeah. And I'm also an accountant, so I won't spend too much either. So, and then just. Again, Chair, you raised about auditing the sensitive stuff, and if we know there's chaos with the stuff that's in the open, imagine the sensitive stuff, the amount that's actually going on. So I think that's a huge concern. And then just some specific questions. The accounting officer and CFO, you said they're acting for 2 years. Is that the norm, or is that quite abnormal? And why would they be acting for so long? And in terms of the review of the accountability framework, who actually implements that? The recommendations that you do, how high up the chain ladder do the recommendations go to? Does it go to the accounting officer and stop there, or does it go up high up the chain ladder? Then in terms of the unauthorized expenditure of 3.37 billion, it's an overpayment to employees. So just my accounting brain says if we're overspending by 3.3 billion, does that mean we're underspending somewhere? Because obviously you get a limited amount of money coming in. So where is that money made up? And then Operation Tsano, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but only 6 of 21 doctors were successful at UP. What happened to the other 15? And do we know how many qualified people have actually come out of that program in terms of doctors, psychologists, and I think it's engineers? And then, Denel, just who appoints the board, and have they given you a reason for the delay in their financial statements? And are you expecting anything different? And it might be a light-hearted question this, but should not the board's expenses be classified as wasteful and fruitless expenditure, because it's clearly not achieving anything? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Dugmore.
Thanks very much, Chair. Greetings, colleagues. I think a lot has been said which basically underlines what can only be described as a very deep-seated crisis. And I think that obviously we as SCOPA have a particular responsibility, but and maybe Chair, because I'm an alternate member here, you could just explain as we wrap up whether we have got planned meetings to specifically call the Minister to call the board. I mean, the Auditor General's office, and I'd really like to compliment them for this report. If you look at the last slide, they are telling us exactly what they want us to monitor, those particular 5 points. And I think one of the things that we need to be very clear on in item number 4 about key vacancies, we not only need to engage the minister about vacancies, but actually pass resolutions and take those reports to the House asking for deadlines by which certain appointments need to be made. I mean, we have that power. We can table a report to Parliament, it can be adopted, it can go to the minister, but maybe you'll respond, when are we actually meeting the minister, when are we actually calling the board? And I also think, Chair, we need to look at a collaboration with the other portfolio committee, the one actually dealing with defence, because clearly they have been meeting the department, they might have certain insights that Scopa could benefit from. So I just want to raise that. But I think one of the colleagues referred to, I mean, the situation in the Navy. Now, I'm not sure whether honourable members here are aware of the fact that the amount of, and that was referred to, the amount of drugs coming into this country through, you know, basically from the sea into the land. There's been at least 3 or 4 reports of the Knysna heads being used as an entry point for the dropping off of cocaine. We've all seen the reports about the presence of international drug cartels in this country. And the reality is that unless we are able to deal with this, there's a genuine threat to our sovereignty as a country and all of the other impacts. So I think we really need to see it as our responsibility to do whatever we can to arrest the situation. I think the framework or the overall message to Scopa by the AG's office, I think, gives a clear focus of what our work should be. But just 1 or 2 specific points. If the AGs could just respond, what do they think the main issue is about the military veterans database? What actually would they propose needs to be done to resolve that? I'll just give you one example. In my constituency, I get approached by the spouses of military veterans who, the military veteran, him or has, in this example, has passed on, and then the spouse is trying to establish whether there's any particular benefit to her. And, you know, the massive problems that I have had just trying to get this information, you know, it seems to be linked to this issue of the database. But are there any proposals about that? I also think that the second point, the listing of all the MI, the status of all of the MI issues, I think is very substantive. But in our meeting with the minister, I think we need to really put pressure where the department needs to speed up, so some of those material irregularities can actually be brought to a conclusion and there can be a clear demonstration of accountability. The second last point on page 10, you know, the unauthorized, the 3.37 billion. Is it a matter in the view of the Auditor General, because that is clearly cost of employment, right? COE. So is it really, besides all the other issues that have been raised, which is impacting on the department, both departments and Denel, is it actually a question of basically the underfunding of this department? Because if it seems like a situation, they're just paying salaries, they don't actually have the budget, but those seem to be people that are also on the establishment. I mean, is that where the 3.3, because that's an excessive amount, and then if you look further on the issue of irregular expenditure, which now amounts to 16.22 billion, and cost of employees is 10 billion. So is this, in your view, is this, besides the internal problems, lack of controls, all of that, is this a situation where really this department is essentially just underfunded, and that is a contributing factor? Yeah, and then just so to conclude, Chair, I think that we need to ask ourselves, what can we do as Scopa calling the minister, calling the board, meeting with our colleagues in defence, and really mapping out a program. I haven't seen worse than these departments. I think literally these, from where I'm sitting, and I'm an alternate member here, but I don't think there's any worse performing department than the Department of Defence. And that's a crisis, it's a wake-up call for all of us. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Dagmo. Honourable Beck.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start off by saying that it seems that I've missed some of the political grandstanding that happened in the committee earlier. As I understand it, one of the questions alluded to the defunding of our state-owned enterprises to make us more dependent on the American military-industrial complex. And
sorry, Honourable Beck. Honourable Kubega.
Pardon me, Chair. Political grandstanding. Please, that's incorrect. Please ask the member to withdraw that.
I have no intention to withdraw it. It is grandstanding if not based on fact. So if there's an issue, you can take it up.
Honourable Beck, can I just ask a question?
I'm getting to my question.
No, I know. I need to ask you a question on your comment. So you said it seems like you've missed some of the political grandstanding. So when you say you've missed, it suggests you were not here. And you are making a comment on something that occurred while you were out of the room. What are you referring to, if I may ask?
Well, Chair, if I was allowed to finish my question, I think it would make sense. The comment that I'm referring to leads to a question. The comment is that we are defunding our SOEs to make us more reliant on the American military-industrial complex. If I've mischaracterized the honourable member's earlier comment because I was in fact not here, then I'm happy to take that input. But the question I want to ask to the AG is the following: how much of this fiscal situation that the Department of Defence is in relates from the 2016 to 2020 period, in your professional estimation? That period when the board was effectively captured, as relayed to us by the Zondo Commission and others. So my question there is quite simply, in your professional opinion, how much of the tight position from a financial perspective we find ourselves in relates to that period? I'll move on to my other questions. The first other question is, the GNU has indicated that no further bailouts are on the way. In your professional opinion, will Denel require some form of a bailout or government assistance in the near future? Thirdly, what are the largest assets in terms of value that you could not trace from the asset register to the floor? So meaning it's something that's listed somewhere, but you couldn't find it anywhere physically. And secondly, what are some of the most valuable assets that you found on the floor, but not on the registry? Another question is on the so-called Department of Military Veterans database, or the MVBD. It's clear from past annual reports that the Department of Military Veterans has spent a lot of money procuring from CETA. Does the AG know if this database was in fact procured from CETA? And then, as I understand, Chair, and correct me again if I'm wrong, it sounds like the AG has had its eyes on the agreement between South Africa and Cuba, the larger agreement. Is this agreement publicly available? Yeah, Chair, I think for now I will rest my questions there.
I'm going to deal with these issues when Honourable Atkinson is done. I'll interlude between Honourable Atkinson and the AG responding. So if it's about that comment, will you hold it in abeyance? Because I want the AG to get to the issues. Honourable Atkinson.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, the question I wanted to ask was, the AG spoke about a confidential aspect to the the audits of the Department of Defence, obviously which would remain hidden from them. I'm trying to get an idea of the materiality of that. What sort of percentage of the overall audit would that relate to? And then the second thing, just for the sake of clarity, was there any confidential nature to the Department of Military Veterans? I mean, I can't see a reason for that, but I just want to clarify that. And then thirdly was about the point raised by Member Dugmore about the big jump in unauthorized expenditure, which related to personnel, basically. And then the question there, that 3.37 billion rand, does that relate to instructions given by the President to the Defence Force to do things that were not funded? And if that is so, how can that be dealt with in future? And should we look at some sort of legislative change that allows things like this to be dealt with, where the President gives an instruction to the Defence Force to do something for which there is no funding? And then I would like to make just make 2 points, which actually don't necessarily relate to the Auditor General. The Chair and other members here, a number of other members, actually quite rightly pointed to the strategic danger that we're in as a country, to basically to a failing Department of Defence. And I'd actually like to extend this further as well. It's actually got a huge influence on our civil aviation industry as well. Because if we consider the fact that we've only had something like 720 flying hours in the Defence Force in the past year, a vast bulk of those people that are flying, as they correctly say, are no longer current and are actually unable to fly because they don't fly enough hours to be able to keep their licenses going. And the reason why I'm talking about this being a major issue for our civil aviation industry is if you look at the past, a lot of the people that flew for South African Airways actually came through the Defence Force. That was probably one of the routes that made it easy to become a commercial airline pilot. You went into the Air Force, you learned to fly, they paid for you to fly, and then eventually when you finished your service, you went and started flying for South African Airways or another commercial airline. Now, if you don't follow that route, you've got to fund it out of your own pocket, which probably costs about R1 million to be able to get to a point where an airline will look at you. Okay. So in a country where we're meant to be living and providing assistance to people who were previously disadvantaged and providing routes into employment, which people never had before, what we are doing now with the South African Air Force is we're completely cutting people out from the possibility of being able to become pilots, basically. Because the issue is, unless you've got R1 million, you're not going to become, you're not going to be able to train and become an airline pilot, because that route through the SA Air Force obviously is no longer open. I mean, we can barely keep our own pilots flying, basically. So I think that's a point that needs to be made. So not only are we dealing with the Defence Force, but we're dealing with a very large industry in South Africa, the civil aviation industry, and the potential for a lot of people to be able to be employed there. And then the other point I wanted to make was that issue about the reason why our ships are not at sea. And they make a comment in there about the fact that the naval dockyard is not well operational, in inverted commas, skills. Okay. Now, again, this is an indication of a failing state. And when I say a failing state, is that the way that things have been run in South Africa is that everyone wants to go to university, okay? No one gets skills training anymore. So if you want to look at the failure of skills, what are those skills that are being failed? And I can tell you, it's probably artisan skills, things like fitters and turners, boiler makers, various other people that have actually got the skills to be able to work in a shipyard, okay? So when I'm talking about failure of the state, there's a failure of the state that we are not training people in those skills sufficient to be able to basically make a naval dockyard work. So the failure that we see here actually is an indicator of other things which actually affect the country as a whole. And it's probably something of a red light that we could look at making suggestions on going into the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Office of the AG, before you respond, members, can I say this, and Honorable Beck in particular, because you don't ordinarily serve on the committee, and I think each group has got its own way of working. One of the things I try and do as chair is to have the kind of discussion that focuses on the core issues. And when you made that comment, one of the things I had to consider, and by the way, it's not the first time this kind of thing has happened. So members say something about one another's positions and so on. And I generally discourage it because when we do that, there is a potential that the conversation gets off ramps, and it can go down a rabbit hole, and we spend the next 10, 15 minutes doing a to and fro. We default to the rules and so on. So and I've heard previously, and I won't name the members, I think they know themselves, where, we've, because you can hear from the giggles that people know themselves, where I have discouraged certain types of comments, so that in particular, because we are, we're being watched by the public, we remain focused on core issues. This is not to say we do not say where we disagree, but I encourage members to just, when it refers to one another, we all take the responsibility not to get into a side conflict, which is basically unresolvable because it's now become about this issue. In particular, where we also have public servants here who call us honorable and expect us to carry ourselves in a particular way. I'm not saying you withdraw the statement. I'm just saying this is how we choose to work in this committee. I speak to members here on the record. I speak to them outside as well and say, and as Honorable Dagmo said, these matters are really grave. Sitting here, I keep quiet, and sometimes the members say things where I think, in a bar, I would tell you exactly what I think, but I'll leave it because I want us to remain on the core issue. So I just want to encourage members that as best as we can, let us focus on the issues. We can disagree vehemently, but I discourage a sideways conversation between members about one another's positions, especially on matters of policy, when we are not the portfolio committee concerned. And secondly, as Honorable Dagmo said, this is a very deep crisis. So I just want to say that to you and all the members, and I'm repeating myself here for the other members. So I don't know if there's any further comment. I just want to implore that we try and maintain that way of working here at Scopa so that we don't get sidetracked, because we face that possibility right now.
Chair, I take that point completely, and I'll first respond by saying I submit to your leadership. I have the utmost respect for you as an individual, but also for the chair that you occupy. Having said that, we are now facing in South Africa an issue of misinformation. I'm not talking about this conversation, I'm talking about the society, and I don't want to get sidetracked. We are facing an issue of misinformation in South Africa, and it starts with quarter truths. And if not addressed, which I consider my moral responsibility, it proliferates. I cannot stand for it. And if there's misinformation about, there will be conflict in this committee. I hope that there won't be. But I must communicate. I'm not talking about this conversation.
Sorry, members? No, sure. Can you let him finish so that we can respond adequately, please?
I'm explicitly not talking about this conversation specifically, Chair, so I hope that the honourable member will not take offence at my comment. I'm talking broadly. Where there's misinformation, this member will oppose it. Now, whether that was applicable here or not, I'm not making that allegation. I'm merely communicating to you that while submitting to your leadership, expect conflict if misinformation proliferates. Thank you.
So, Honourable Beck, thank you for raising the issue of misinformation. I am aware in various committees, including this one, where I believe members' understanding of the facts is not accurate. And one of my concerns is that if left uncorrected, we then may misdirect ourselves in certain instances. There are various ways of responding to a possibility where there is a possibility of what you are saying. I just want to assure you that in how the committee works, in how we request information, in writing, in how I conduct the proceedings in the committee, now or at a later stage, I make note here, I've got two people assisting me. I make sure as best as I can that in those instances, the accurate information comes on the table. I do want to say, in the event that you feel something is inaccurate, I think that's fair to say, factually, this is inaccurate. But I'm just saying, in terms of how we characterize the instances where we think, let's be just careful with one another so that we don't do what we are doing now, where we're going to go on for a long time addressing this issue, right? Okay, can I just take final comments, colleagues, and then we move on and we let the Auditor General respond. Yeah, you were up first, yeah.
Yeah, no, just 10 seconds. Chair, you had guided correctly. And the member in the apology was accepted. The rest of the things he's saying is just political jargon. And you shouldn't have sent that. Because now he's threatening us here with conflicts and all of those things. No, we don't operate like that. So everything else that he said after his apology is really unaccepted here, Chair. And I wanted to say, let's forgive him because it's the first time I'm seeing him in his committee. But now he then comes with these other things. No, when we deal, if there's issues of misinformation, he must just say that this comment, I think, is misinformation and it provides information to the contrary. Not take political jabs to comrades and then even threaten us here. No.
Honorable Matlala.
Thank you, Chair. Without reiterating what my colleague just said, I think the spirit within which we operate is that we allow members a free will to express themselves. And what they express themselves on may be opinions that they hold about a particular matter. For example, if we want to then reduce ourselves to semantics, I will then say, if you suggest that this is a crisis, what is scientific evidence that you can use to back it up as a crisis? What is the barometer that measures that at this level it becomes a crisis? So if you say it's a crisis, are you misinforming the public? Or you hold an opinion that because of the sketch at which you look at it, you think it is a crisis? So we respect you from the point that what you are saying is your own objective view, is your own objective or subjective, however I want to put it. And it is not misinforming from where we said, but we can deal with those semantics some other time. The issue is that we're trying to maintain the decorum, but we're not scared of conflict at any point in time, at anywhere, anytime. We're equal to it. We're just diplomatic because we're trying to respect the House, and our respect for you as a chair in terms of your own capacity must translate to our ability to understand that your decisions are informed from a good point of managing the meeting, and as a result, we must then respect your submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. You look covered, Honorable Kupeka, or not?
On just a few comments, Chair. Just the generally in this committee, we will disagree here and there, but we do not grandstand about it, and we do not jab each other about it. If we need to talk about an issue, we will talk about it outside, where we will try and align ourselves. So these threats that come with that honorable member there, not here, Chief. We don't do that here, please. We're not scared of you, but we just generally keep things cordial here because we focus on what we need to do here, which is dealing with issues of SCOPA. Just with that being said, Chair, I think the only comment for the team here that I forgot to mention earlier was the historical trend of not submitting financials. I think we need to find a way to remind the entities at hand that submitting financials is not negotiable. It's not a by-the-way thing that they need to do. They have to do it. And the people who are not submitting those financials need to be held accountable. Another big issue that they will always have is the issue of the accounting officer that has no authority to discipline the chief in the SANDF. I think that too, we would need to possibly speak to the department as a whole to try and get them to align on that one, because if we've got a chief that is not accountable to anyone, and like another colleague earlier said, that if that person is not answerable to anyone, and that person is in charge, and is also implicated, it becomes a very big problem. So I think that one we would need to look at as well. I think Honorable Atkinson has just asked the question about the assets that cannot be located. I would also like to be indulged on that one. The incomplete asset register, what it entails, the assets that cannot be located as well. I'd like to know what is the position, where are they? Thank you.
Thank you very much. With all of that said, Honorable Beck, you are welcome. Yeah, and I'm very happy to have you in the committee. So please come again and again and again, and we will all have. But they only provide coffee outside. But thank you very much. AG's team, please respond.
Thank you so much, Chair. So the first question was around the acting positions at the departments. At DOD, the approximately 2 years of acting for the accounting officer and the CFO. Chairperson, I don't think there's a norm for an acting role. Ideally, entities should have a succession plan to ensure that when the positions become vacant, there is someone that can be appointed to fill a position, or that the recruitment process must follow immediately when a member resigns from their role. So I wouldn't say that this is within or outside the norm, but it's something that is highlighted to the minister to address, and she gave us a commitment that it will be addressed. In terms of our recommendations, to say how high in terms of the levels do we go to issue recommendations, I would say that going back to the ecosystem slide that we presented, we interact or engage with various role players within the public sector, and in those engagements we make recommendations. So even today in this committee, we are trying to do that by making those recommendations on the last page of our slides to say what can this committee also do to try and influence the ecosystem to do the right things. So, but we understand that various role players also have different roles to play. So the people that really are on the operation side or administrations are the ones that really drive what must happen with our recommendations. However, other role players must also assist to make sure that they implement the recommendations. So we start with the accounting officers and the officials on the ground, and then we move up to the other role players, like the minister. When we met with her, we also gave her recommendations that we'd want her to also support so that the departments can move in the right direction. So we engage with various role players within the ecosystem. There were a few questions around the unauthorized expenditure of 3.37 billion rand. So what has happened over the last few years is that National Treasury placed a ceiling in terms of the budget of compensation of employees, because they were encouraging the department to reduce the number of officials on the ground. This also emanating from the last defense review, wherein it was noted that the compensation of employees was very high in relation to other elements of the budget. So there was a view to say that it must be reduced. So as a result of that ceiling, the department was incurring irregular expenditure initially, because they could still move funds around the allocation or the vote to still be able to afford the COE expenditure. But in the last 2 financial years, they were no longer able to do so, to move funds from other initiatives to support this cost. So that led to the department then going over the total vote of the department. And that is how they incurred the unauthorized expenditure. So they basically have overspending of the total allocation from National Treasury, meaning that they may have now stepped into the funding that is available for this year to ensure that they pay for the compensation of employees of last year. So it is overspending, and it is partly or emanating really from the ceiling that is on the budget for salaries as maintained by National Treasury. We know that the department has engaged with Treasury on this matter, but at this point in time, Treasury has taken that stance to say that they must manage how they use their available funding. They also gave them some funds to try and encourage that certain members must exit the department. There was a mechanism that was called a mobility exit mechanism, which was funded by National Treasury to try and ensure that some members that can leave the department can leave, to try and reduce the numbers to the levels that are acceptable according to National Treasury. So that's where this unauthorized expenditure is coming from, because there isn't enough a budget allocated to fund the salaries, and because the department cannot now move any funds around, they go over what is allocated for the year. In terms of project to Tsano, there was a question around the doctors to say that only 6 were able to be successful when they were doing the integration course at the University of Pretoria. So the rest that did not pass that integration had to redo the program, the 18-month program. So I would think that they are currently busy with it for the second time around. In terms of the total output for the program so far, Chairperson, we don't have those numbers at hand, but it's something that we can look into and provide the information to the committee. Then going on to the other questions around the database of military veterans and our proposals as the Office of the AGSA. So what we've seen over the years since this department came into being is that there have been challenges around putting together this database, because according to the Act, any person that gets the benefits must be registered in the database. So over the years, the department has tried to do what they call verifications, or even at some point cleansing the database to ensure that anyone who's there is in fact an eligible military veteran. But those problems continue, and our proposal was that they should ensure that they put together a proper system where they can record the people, where the access will be managed to say who can change the details in that particular system, because at this point in time, what they have is not really a system, is some, what they call it, some access system whereby it's not properly managed. And that's why we are raising the issues to say they must ensure that you have proper preventative controls to manage access to that database. And also they must finalize the process of really verifying who's a veteran. It's been a long time since they've been verifying the people to say who must be in the database. So if they finalize the process, have a proper database, and work with CETA to assist them on that process, we believe that they'll be able to manage this process of the database. Then the question around, I think I've answered the one around unauthorized expenditure. It was really about cost of employment coming from the prior years. Then I move on to the questions around assets now, to say that what type of valuable assets then did you identify that were not either on the register or from the floor, or from the register back to the floor. How we audit the assets is that we select samples across the categories that are disclosed in the financial statements. It can be transport assets, specialized military assets, equipment and machinery, and then we go and verify the assets. So unfortunately, I don't have the numbers to say which one contributed more than the other, but overall, they contributed to the qualification for both completeness and also existence. So meaning that we identified that there were misstatements on both counts and on various assets. On all the categories, I would say that there were issues of existence, meaning that assets were in the register, but we couldn't find them on the floor. Or when we traced from the floor back to the register, there were also instances of assets not being verified. So those then were the contributors to the qualifications, but I don't have the exact numbers in terms of their contribution. The database from DMV, was it procured from CETA? Maybe I'll ask Uviwe to comment on this one. I know that at some point in time, DMV was working with CETA to try and put together a proper database, as we've also recommended. But I'm not sure if they are still now working with them on that process to get to a database. In terms of the bilateral agreement with Cuba, we have inspected it as part of the audit process, but I'm not sure if it's a publicly available document, because when we do our audits, we request information from management as part of the process, and they give it to us, and we give it back to them once we are done with our work. But I'm not sure if it's a publicly available document. Then moving on to the questions around the confidentiality audits or sections of the work that we do when we look at the budget of DOD. I would say that percentage-wise, it's not a significant percentage. I would say it's even maybe less than 5% of the budget. However, from our perspective as auditors, we look at it also on from a qualitative aspect, to say that because we don't audit everything, can we really know for sure what is the amount that is disclosed? Can we rely on the amount that we audit for that particular year? Also, this amount changes on a year-to-year, depending on how much was allocated and spent by that sensitive projects part. So we don't only look at it quantitatively, but we also apply qualitative aspects to it. At DMV, there are no confidentiality issues in relation to the audit or even the aspects on the financial statements or their performance reporting, so it's not applicable to the DMV. I think the other question on unauthorized expenditure speaks to the unfunded deployment, to say, is that what caused the unauthorized expenditure? Chairperson, I would say yes and no. Yes, because the deployments, some that happened, will eventually affect cost of employment. Actually, they do. They have a direct impact on cost of employment. But no, again, because at the onset, when the year starts, we know already that the allocated budget for cost of employment is lesser than what the department is going to incur on a yearly basis, because National Treasury has set that ceiling for cost of employment. So from the onset, the department is likely to incur unauthorized expenditure, whether there's a deployment or not, because there's a set ceiling. Thanks, Chair. I'll hand over to my colleagues on Denel to see if there's any questions they want to take. Thanks.
Thank you. Definitely, there are questions we need to take on Denel. Questions from Honorable Beasley. There was a question on the reasons for the delay on submission of the financial statements. My colleague staff will take that one. She will also take the questions, two questions from Honorable Beck. One on the reasons, if there are any assets that we could not find on the floor, and the assets which we could find on the floor but not on the asset register. Those questions will be taken on by my colleague staff. Going back to Honorable Beasley, should the board fees be declared fruitless? And the answer is no. And that's a technicality, because fruitless expenditure also talks about could have been avoided. And definitely, if you have got a board members that are attending board meetings, you can't avoid paying them. You're legally obliged to pay them. Then, to move on to board, Honorable Beck, how much of this position relates to state capture error? We do not have a quantification of that, but I want to quote from our report that we gave to Denel, which will say, the audited outcomes and related insights as contained in this report shows that Denel Group is still suffering from the effects of historical irregularities and governance weaknesses. However, the report further highlights current weaknesses and the gaps which are slowing down the efforts to turn around the entity. So we're effectively saying we cannot ignore the historical weaknesses because the cumulative effect of that is in the company, it happens. And we are very particular to talk about historical irregularities, not talking about the particular period. Because whatever is wrong that was done in the past, and it's impaired the current on the entity, we're still feeling that. And again, currently, there are still decisions and actions and lack thereof that are currently affecting the entity. So we need to have that balance. Then there's a question again around, will Denel need a bailout? We don't know if they'll need a bailout, but we know that they need funding. We issued a disclaimer for the opinion on going concern, which we say we are unable to formulate an opinion on whether this entity will be alive tomorrow. And the major part of that is because the entity cannot pay its liabilities as they become due. So definitely the entity needs funding. Should the funding come from government? Should it come from somewhere else, from the banks? We don't know. That will be a policy decision that needs to be made by the board and the shareholder representative. Let me then hand over to my colleague staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. To answer the question on when to expect the financials, I think it was phrased like that. The discussion that we had recently with the group financial manager, group financial officer, the GCFO, is that tomorrow, the 20th, they're taking the draft financials to the board for approval. So they had indicated that they would submit to us as the AGSA office the financials on the 30th of November, and we know that tomorrow they've scheduled the board to submit the drafts for approval. And the reasons for delays, I will recall that in April this year, the entity had suspended the then acting group CFO and the acting CEO based on the issues that were there at the time. And the current permanent group CFO and CEO were only appointed, particularly the CFO was only appointed in July this year. So that's on its own caused delays in terms of the availability of the capacity from the entity side to prepare the financial statements. And also the entity also alluded at some point that they would like the AGSA to finish the audit of the 3 years, the 21, 22, 23, which we finished in July, so that then they can determine or they can develop an action plan to address some of the key issues before they can give to us the financial statements for the 23-24. And the question on how much of the assets that could not be traced to the floor or those assets that were on the floor that were not in the asset register. Chairperson, I want to first give an appreciation of the issues around the PPE that we reported. Firstly, the entire PPE balance, we disclaimed it. The reason why we disclaimed it is it coming on different folds. First is that the Denel has got a number of divisions within, and it also has subsidiaries. So these are the entities that the entity fully own. So couple of either the divisions or the subsidiaries, they were not even able to give us asset registers. So that will mean that for that particular division or that particular entity, the entire balance we were not able to audit. And then we've got instances whereby that particular division or that particular entity or subsidiary, could not give the asset register that tallies to the amount in the financial statements. So that again, in that instance, we will not be able to audit. So then we also have divisions or entities where we were able to audit that particular balance that they have of the assets. And then we do find that differences between the assets in the register to the flow or from the flow that we could not be picked up. So whatever misstatements that we have reported as assets that could not be traced in the asset register or assets that could not be traced in the flow is not a full quantum, but it is material. So the figures that I have here, I will not be able to give to you and say this is exact because it's not a full quantum. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that's all the questions. So, honorable members, I just want to say that it's clear, and it's been clear even before today's sitting, once we received the information or once it was presented to the Portfolio Committee on Defense and Military Veterans, that we would need to engage with the minister as soon as possible. But it was important that we have this hearing, this presentation from the Auditor General, so that we can be certain of all the facts before we call the minister in. My view is that together with the invitation, it's not a general invitation to present also on how they respond to the audit outcomes. There is a list of detailed questions that must be answered by the Department of Defense and military veterans, and the minister, that is, so that we get to the nub of the issues. We don't have the same report from the version of the department. We don't want that. So we must get straight to issues of particular concern to the committee. That invitation to the minister will go out tomorrow. For the minister to be with us, preferably before the end of this year, before we go on break. If not, because time is short, very early in the new year. But the minister certainly must come. I am cognizant of the fact that it's a new minister, and she has had sufficient time, I believe, to wrap her head around the key issues in the department. But Honorable Dagmore, you are correct. It's the worst that I've seen of all of them. There are issues with the safety of the personnel themselves, because people do die. There are issues with public safety in South Africa, protection of economic assets, and so on. I am going to ask some questions of the Auditor General's team, because they speak to a lot of the issues that we've been talking about for further clarification. But I just want to assure the members that the letter is going out tomorrow to the minister. The second one, honorable members, we will be asked to opine on this unauthorized expenditure. It is, right? Before the next budget is finalized. So one of the things I'm discussing with the Secretariat is, whether we take any presentations from Treasury and so on, because we do have to make an opinion and submit that to the National Assembly to say whether the budget should further be allocated or not, or whether we believe there should be any conditions. I just want to ask a few questions. It appears to me that we go through a process of making, or let me not say we actually, because that may confuse the issue, the executive does the following. It makes commitments of the SANDF knowing that the funds are not available for those commitments. That's what it would appear to me. Now, I'm not asking whether you opine on that or not. I've got a specific question to this. Does the PFMA express itself on whether it is allowable for any entity or executive authority to make a commitment when they know the funds are not available? Because that's important. I'd just like to know that as a first question. The second question is whether in your engagements with the various entities, let me speak specifically of the armed forces, do you get an opportunity to interact directly with a uniformed branch, or do you only deal with the Secretariat of Defense on these matters? In the event that you interact with with the senior officers in the armed forces, do they make any commitments in respect of correcting some of the very concerning malfeasance that we see? So that's the second question. The third question relates to, can you just explain the reserve force employment? Does that mean that the South African National Defence Force has to tap into the Army reserves for active duty, and therefore those people need to get paid, and then the funds do not become available? I just want to understand if that is what you meant. The next question relates to when did the Auditor General initially stop auditing Denel? I just want to, if I heard you correctly, you said you used to audit, and then the audit was ceded, I would assume, to one of the big auditing firms or some auditing firm. When that was, because I think that is important for understanding some of the legacy issues. Can you categorize the type of assets the Defence Force could not properly account for? Does that mean, is it just vehicles that drive on the road, or is it equipment relating to the active service of the armed forces? And then let's talk about the Department of military veterans. I just want to understand a couple of things. So you referred to the use of Access. It's actually Microsoft Access. It's an off-the-shelf database management system from Microsoft. And in your supplementary document that you provided to the committee, and I just want to be certain that I'm understanding this correctly, that some of the problems identified had to do with the absence of a digital trail as to who accessed the database, what changes did they make, and that sort of thing. In other words, it's generally insecure. The second appeared to relate to even instances where passwords get changed and how the security protocols around that work and that sort of thing. It appeared from my reading that the picture we see is an off-the-shelf software, and there is literally very little by way of conscious security management. The next question I want to ask is, because I kind of found it ironic that on the one hand we say, Denel is supposed to be this leading edge technology because, the armaments industry is high tech, but at the same time, the IT systems they use are outdated. And I just wondered, how you achieve the one outcome if also the systems on which you operate are old. But I just wanted to get a sense. You don't need to say specifically what it is. Is it enterprise resourcing software that you're talking about? Is it technological applications relating to the actual production itself? And that sort of. I just want to get an understanding of what these IT problems are. And then the last question last two questions I have is, I notice under the military veterans, there are veterans from what is legally termed the non-statutory forces. In other words, MK, APLA, Azanla, etc. Those of us who are grey will know. Don't worry, Honorable Eplos. I'll explain later. I'll explain later what those are.
Chair, you said MK, not MKP.
MK. I said MK, Umkhonto Wesizwe, full stop. I just want to understand, because there's reference to housing, to the housing benefits and so on. Is there a difference between somebody who joined the armed forces in 2008 and has now exited, and therefore, for whatever reason, and is now a veteran? So just assist the committee to understand what's really going on in that environment. And then there is also some unutilized assets in the DMV. In other words, I think it was training equipment that has not been. Can you just enlighten us on what that is? And then the final question I want to ask is the state of the military hospitals. I mean, have you engaged with that environment? You referred to 2 military hospitals. Have you had time to assess one military hospital? And what your general observations are, to the extent that you can. And last question, there is reference to ambulances and overcharging and so on. That appears to suggest to me the South African Military Health Service does not appear to have the vehicles. Now, this is an old problem. Our dear late Madiba, when he was being taken actually to one military hospital, as we heard, the ambulance got stuck on the highway. So it's a very serious issue. And I do want to get the Auditor General's sense of that environment. And So thank you. If you can just deal with those, I'd be happy.
Thanks, Chair. So your first question is around the commitment or making decisions, committing the department without funding, to say, is it allowed in the PFMA? So the PFMA will talk to the accounting officer in this case, and not so much the executive, but it does say that one cannot commit the department where there is no funding. I just can't recall the section in the PFMA, but that is not allowed in terms of the PFMA talking to the accounting officer's role, but not the executive. Or even any official within the department. They can't make such commitment where funding is not available. Then, Chair, you asked about our engagements with the military as we conduct our audits. So the bigger portion of the department is actually the military, Department of Defense, due to the nature of the work that is done by this department. And we do engage with the military role players from all steps of the audit process, from planning up until reporting. In some of the meetings, what they call the Accountability Management Committee of the department, we do present our planning reports there, our reports as well, management and auditors reports, and there's the presence always of the secretariat as well as the military. So in those meetings, for instance, this year when we presented our auditor's report, in that meeting, the chief of the SNDF was also present, and he made certain commitments to address the findings that we are reporting to the department, because it's both the secretariat and the military that are involved in terms of the areas that we audit. So we do meet with them, and subsequent to the audit, we've held a number of debrief meetings just with the military components of the departments, logistics. We've met with the Army. We invited by the Chief Army into his session in Itujwa, where we presented on the areas that affected the Army. We also presented to Chief Defense Intelligence. So we meet with all of the services within the department, and they do make their commitments within their spaces to drive the right outcomes. In terms of the assets, okay, let me go back to the reserve force employment. That, yes, when the department needs to call in reserves to assist, for instance, during the riots in 2021, they have to be paid. So there is a payment involved when you bring in those people that are in the reserves to come and assist, because there is a challenge that needs to be addressed urgently. In terms of the assets, Chairperson, as I indicated, we tap into all the categories of the assets within the military. And in all areas, there were some issues that we reported, be it on existence of the assets and also on the completeness of the assets. But I can't really now, at this point, Chair, be able to pinpoint which one was a main contributor based on the samples that we selected and tested in terms of these categories. But what I can say is that all of them had a contribution, meaning that there were findings in all the categories of the assets that we selected, so contributing to the qualification on assets. On the issue of the DMV, the Microsoft access, Chairperson, as we highlighted, what we are saying is that they need to get a proper system. We've highlighted the challenges, but I'll also wish to maybe confirm if there were indeed areas where we identified that someone was unauthorized and they changed certain information on that Microsoft access. But I believe that it was really us highlighting the risks that come with using that type of a tool versus using a proper system where you can easily manage security and access challenges. On the question of non-statutory forces versus the officials that would have now exited under the South African National Defence Force, as you highlighted, Chair, say in 2008. The definition in terms of the Military Veterans Act is broad, and it does not differentiate then between the non-statutory forces and the people that join or become military veterans post 1994. So those can also then, provided they meet certain criteria, like they did not exit because they were dishonorable and those things, they can then still meet the definition and become part of the military veterans. So they are also allowed then to be the veterans. The unutilized equipment.
Sorry, I was asking a different question. So I was saying that since the benefit, maybe let me explain the question. I would assume that somebody who's an officer of the Defence Force at some level, right now, they will either retire or exit one way or another. Are their benefits the same? In other words, does the DMV have an obligation to make sure that person has adequate housing, or does that only apply, certain class of benefits only apply to people that were part of what is legally termed as the non-statutory forces? I'm trying to understand the extent of the potential liability in terms of the funding and so on.
No, thank you, Chair, for that. So there's a means testing that needs to be done before anyone can get a benefit, even if you are non-statutory or the other veterans. So you have to meet certain criteria. It's not just automatic that once you're in a database, you can get the benefits. You must meet the criteria. It also identifies certain amounts, the types of income. So DMV is supposed to then look into that criteria first before they can say that you are approved to get a benefit. It's not by virtue of you being on the database that you must get the benefits. So if you don't meet the criteria, then you won't get the benefit. But the criteria is made known to those that are applying to say you'll only get it if you meet certain criteria. The issue, Chair, of unutilized equipment. So the Department of Military Veterans bought certain equipment in the main to train the military veterans because they want them to be sustainable. So the equipment in this regard was the machines that can be used to fix potholes. And since the machinery was bought in 2021-22, it's kept in a storage. It's not being used for that purpose that was intended when they bought it. So as a result, we raised this matter on the issue of then misuse of assets because they were bought for a certain purpose, but they remain unused. And we've communicated that to be a material irregularity to the accounting officer because we expect that they will act on the decision of using that equipment for the purpose for which it was bought. There's also linked to that, another unutilized equipment or assets relates to the tablets that were bought also for a specific purpose, which was to train military veterans on digitization. The program that started but was not continued, was stopped at some point, which then also led to another material irregularity. On both, the accounting officer has not acted as we expect that they will put them into use. And that is why we are currently then looking at further actions that you must take as the AGSA to enforce that these assets must be utilized.
Sorry, may I ask, how long has the accounting officer been in the department, if I may ask?
Chair, she's an acting DG. The former DG was suspended at some point in 2023, and she later then exited the department. Sometime this year, I think in June, she then exited the department. There is currently then an acting DG. Earlier on, we talked about instability at the department, and that's one of the things that we're referring to, that there has been acting roles or some suspensions and those things. So it brings about instability in terms of addressing the issues that we are also raising as the audit team. So currently we have an acting accounting officer.
So you are engaging with a new accounting officer, acting accounting officer, for the purpose of the current audit that you are reporting on today. How has your experience been?
Chairperson.
Same old, or?
I would say that it has not changed the experience. And if you look at also the fact that the issues that are being raised are not moving, or when we raise the material irregularity, we are not getting the responses or the response that would expect from the accounting officer in terms of taking the right actions. Chair, you asked about the military hospitals. I'm not sure if you want to just talk about one military hospital or the other ones as well.
Yeah, one military hospital in particular, because it's the biggest, it's the most strategically important. So if you covered that, I suppose it would be okay. We can deal with more detail, maybe in writing.
Thanks, Chair. So in the previous years, I'm talking now maybe 5 years back, we have done some assessment in terms of the one military hospital, but nothing recently. But one of the findings that came at the time was around the repairs that were ongoing at the hospital, which are still, I think, still ongoing at this point in time. And as part of those repairs, there was some equipment that was bought by the department but could not be utilized. Perhaps you've seen that in our report. It's one of the material irregularities whereby the unused equipment came to a point where it can no longer be used, so it became obsolete. And the department is then in a process now of disposing it based on the material irregularity that we raised. But also linked to that, there was a forensic investigation done into this whole refurbishment of one military hospital, a report which was made public, and the department has referred that to the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations to further look into it, especially the criminal elements that were pointed out by that report. So in terms of the functionality of the hospital, Chairperson, at this point in time, I'm not in a position to give much detail to say, is it working effectively, considering all these repairs and refurbishments that were never completed. But we can look into that information if we have access to it and see what can we give the committee. But in the year under review, we did not look into that detail in terms of the functionality of the hospital. The matter that we were pursuing was really around this material irregularity, where the equipment was never utilized, and then there was a financial loss aspect linked to it. And it's a matter that is in progress. The recommendations were given to the accounting officer to be implemented by January 2025, and we're following up on that. The overpayment at South African Military Health Service, yes, it links to the ambulances because they were an outsourced service at some point about 2 years back. And the service provider overcharged the department, and that was not picked up through their internal control processes. So they paid that amount, which was inflated. It was one of the MIs that we raised, where the accounting officer has then referred the matter to the state attorney, and summonses were issued to then recover the money from the service provider. And so far, they've also tried to improve the internal controls to ensure that it does not recur in the future. But in terms of the ambulances, I know that there was an allocation made to the South African Military Health Service to procure ambulances, and that process, I think, started in 2023. So they should be capacitated to a certain extent. I'm not sure whether fully capacitated now to be able to conduct that service in-house, or they still use the external service providers as well. But there was some funding allocated towards procuring ambulances. Chair, if I can just ask Uviwe maybe to talk about the database again, to say where the real instances identified where people maybe changed information where they were not authorized in terms of the database. Uviwe.
Thanks, Mbali. Chair, in terms of the database, it's like you have said, it's not really a system. It's more like, yeah, off-the-shelf database that they are using. And our main concerns was that you can't really see who has changed what, and this person was added, who added this person. But from our side, we didn't really have instances where we have noted that maybe someone was added that should not have been added, because the way we look at it, based on what the department would have said, it's these are then the people that they added. For example, for the financial year, will then select a sample and also verify it through the processes and the applications and the approvals that indeed that this person that has been added in the database was properly approved. And but I think, Chair, what we then highlighting for the department is that it is important for them to get a system, and they had engagement, I think about 2 years back, to try and develop an integrated database management system with CETA. And when they purchased the tablets as well, the idea was to say that they would also then be integrating and connecting the veterans to this integrated database management system, so that they are able to then communicate with the department using the tablets through this integrated database management system. But at this point in time, there hasn't really been much progress made in ensuring that that system becomes live, and it's something that the department is using. So it's very critical for that, for the department to have that system, so that they're able to see that whoever then that gets added on the database is the people that were then approved following the proper channels. Because from our side as well, when then our internal, when our IT auditors come in just to have a look in terms of the trail, in terms of who approved what, who added who, what were the changes that were made for who, it then becomes difficult, because from our side as well, we do find instances where there are veterans on the database, and the veterans, as they then have dependents, then dependents would be added into the database under those specific veterans, which sort of like the system also now changes the year for that veteran that was already on the database to look like it's the first time the veteran is being added this year. So I think a proper system would really assist the department to ensure that the information for the veterans is protected, and they have all the information that they need on the system. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. Denel, yeah, I was going to.
Yeah, we've got two questions on Denel. The first one, staff is going to help me with that one, with regard to the outdated soft systems. On the one on when did we stop auditing Denel? Denel was never our audit. It was one of those audits that we opted not to audit. We only started auditing in 2017-2018 when Nkonki, which was the appointed auditors, were compromised. They were newly appointed for that year because previously, for the 5 years before then, it was as SNG. Then they were appointed, then the AGL found that there were things that were not really was not comfortable with, and then took back the audit. And they think that we've been auditing them. When I said we stopped, I meant at the time when the operation stopped, the audit was on hold then. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. To take on the second question on the infrastructure, IT infrastructure aging. Firstly, the issues that we raised under the IT systems of Denel were in two folds. First was under the issue of the aging IT infrastructure itself. And then the second was on the issues of the general controls, where we said that the general controls around the entire IT systems of the entity is significantly or has significant weaknesses, such that those that includes the controls around the information system management, which includes also the cybersecurity controls, that we identified a number of significant weaknesses there. And under the aging infrastructure specifically, we had two major issues. That the first was that we identified was that the entity, majority of its infrastructure, IT infrastructure that they're utilizing, is no longer supported by the vendors. And specifically, we were referring to the Microsoft servers, that none of them were supported by the vendors. And that on its own risks the issues talking to the backups. And eventually that would risk the cybersecurity controls as well. And then the second one was talking to the issues of the upgrades. Because this is coming from the issues of the investments on the IT infrastructure because of the financial challenges that is being experienced by the entity, there have been no upgrades on the IT infrastructure for quite some time. And hence then it compromises the entire IT infrastructure, and we said that there is a risk that the entire IT infrastructure may collapse. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. There was just, I think, Honorable Maduna, you wanted to clarify something because we need, we'll adjourn, and Honorable Beck, the two of you. Then
No, Chair, I just wanted to ask the original positions of the acting CEO, DG, and the CFO, I think. What are their original position in the department? That's what I wanted to ask.
Oh, by original, what do you mean?
Now that they are acting, what are they employed as?
Oh, I see. Where were they before? Yes. I get you. Thank you. Honorable Beck?
Chair, I just wanted to make a suggestion for when you invite the minister that you, because of the issue that you aptly put your finger on earlier, this double or even more than double reporting line, I would suggest that you also invite the Secretary of Defence and the Chief of Defence to that same meeting.
Thank you, Honorable Beck. I'll actually deal with those issues in closing. Thank you for placing it on the table.
Thanks, Chair. I'm taking this relates to the DMV. So at DMV, the CFO is not in an acting capacity, so it is someone who's appointed for that role. The acting DG, her position is a Deputy Director General for one of the programs. I think it's Program 2 within the department, so that's her normal role. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Members, we're going to break because I also don't want people to collapse here from hunger. But one of the things, and we have a meeting, our own meeting next week as the committee. Is it next week? Yes, we have our own meeting as a committee next week because this is a vast estate. So one of the things we have to decide is whether everybody comes here at once or do we, how do we kind of eat the elephant? But the Secretariat will send a notice for our own planning meeting around these matters. It's taking place in the coming week, so that we can make these decisions. In the meantime, though, the letter to the minister will go, so it's not going to wait for that minister, so that we can then quickly get to scheduling. Honourable members, I want to thank you. But particularly thank the Auditor General's team. When I read the report, I particularly appreciate the supplementary document. It really was very helpful. It gave us a color that we need as a committee in order to do this work effectively. And I also want to thank you for the detail and the insights that you've provided across the whole ministry, basically the Department of Defense, Department of Military Veterans, and also on Denel, whom we hope will shortly complete their financial statement so that we can look into that. Members, tomorrow we have the Special Investigating Unit, the DPCI, and the NPA on the referrals to the NPA by the SIU. The DPCI has sent a very detailed document. It's 98 pages long. They've itemized the cases. Some of the cases that we are dealing with here are there. in that document. So please have a look at it. So that we do not there until 8 p.m. I've asked them to shorten the actual presentation, but you members will have access to the full document so that at question time you can then refer to the background information that has been provided. Thank you very much once again, members, the staff of the committee, and once again the AGS team. Thank you so much. Apparently there's nibbles. Is it outside or downstairs? Downstairs, yeah. For those who are famished. Thank you. Food.